Thank you everyone for joining us today. We will begin in a few minutes to allow people to enter the room before we get started. Thank you for coming early.
Recording in progress.
Maybe a good noise.
Thank you everyone for joining us today. We will begin in a few minutes to allow people to enter the room before we get started. For those of you who just joined us, thank you for joining us today. We will begin in a few minutes to allow a few more people to enter the room. We will get started at the hour. Thank you. Welcome everyone. Thank you for joining us today for the virtual workshop titled Agroecology and Safe Food System Transitions for Green, Resilient and Inclusive Recovery in the ASEAN region. My name is Noel and I will be your technical facilitator today. For assistance, please use the chat function to message anyone with the title Technical Facilitator in their name. Before we get started, I have a few technical notes to explain. If you would like to contribute a perspective, idea, or thought, please use the chat function. If you would like to ask a question, please use the Q&A button. You can find both of these features at the bottom of your Zoom window. Please note that this session will be recorded for documentation purposes. We are also streaming live on YouTube to reach a larger audience. For those of you just joining us, welcome and thank you for attending today's workshop. I will now pass the floor to Ms. Erica Wu. Erica, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Hi, good morning, everyone, and welcome to session 1B of the workshop on agroecological and safe food system innovation process and their scaling out at the local level. So my name is Erica Wu from Swiss Contact, and I'm co-leading this session with Melanie Blanchard, who is also the scientific coordinator of ASEAN project from CIRAT. So now I would like to briefly go through the session flow. So please go to the next slide. Thank you. We will now open the session with an overview of the main challenges related to agriculture and food system in Southeast Asia. Then in the following part, we'll dive into those challenges on each of the top main challenge, which are reducing pesticides and antibiotic use, building resilient and diversified landscape, and engaging stakeholders into diversification and quality management. So during those sessions, we will hear about the insight, key initiative, and potential strategies to scale up these innovations from our guest speakers. So without further ado, I would like to, I'm pleased to introduce Dr. Radha from CIRAT. If you go to the next slide, please. Yes, so Dr. Radha is agronomist and agroeconomist. Over the last 10 years, he has worked on participatory-based designing, assessing, and promoting the conservation agriculture-based cropping system. So he works for ASEAN project on the knowledge production and support to innovation and on the methodology framework for assessing performance and of those on the impact of those innovations. So yes, I will welcome Dr. Radha to give us to talk about the challenges of those topic in Southeast Asia. So please, Radha, that you can go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much for a nice introduction. A very good morning to everyone. May I have my slide, please? Next. Thank you. My presentation will focus on I will give you the context of the context and the challenge of the agricultural and food system in the regions. You may already heard already from yesterday the keynote and the panel discussion about all the challenges. So my presentation, I will give you more a bit details about the context and the challenges in the flagship site that we selected for the asset projects, and also provide you also the initiative and the innovation that are ongoing to try to tackle those challenges. Next. In the regions, we experienced the most rapid expansions of the agricultural lands. In the last 20 years, the agricultural land increased almost 10 million hectares, about more than 20%. And those expanded agricultural land has been quickly intensified thanks to the many drivers. Among those are the change of the political economies that try to integrate the national economy to the regional and the global economies. Also the increasing the urbanization and the population, and that the farmer, they have a better improved access to the agricultural input and services. Next, please. And then with the intensification that they get to use the shifting to the commodity crop, like this. Next slide, please. To the commodity crop, in order like they become to adopt, we call it the capitalism production, that they are thinking about earning the income, getting the profit as much as possible, and then the landscape of the agriculture become very simplified and specialized to only one crop that we call is a crop boom, like it's happening in Laos, like maize in 2000. In Cambodia, it's a little bit lettuce, and then rubbers and bananas. Just an example from Laos. Next, and with the intensification is based on the soil tillage and also the agricultural chemical input, like the chemical fertilizer and especially the pesticide. We can see here the data from FAO, the quantity of the pesticide increased significantly, remarkably, almost sorry, once again. Sorry, once again. Almost 0.7 million tons in 2019 is equivalent to $3 billion US. It's about like 30% of the national budget plan of Cambodia, and mainly they use this herbicide because which is the more challenging, is the most problems in agricultural farmings. Next, and even those with those high dose and widespread use of the pesticide, we also observe widespread pests and disease for the crop, like cassava mosaic disease, fall armyworms. Next, and also the Panama disease on the banana, especially the variety Cavendish, starting originally from China to Laos, and now we have this banana plantation variety in Cambodia, and in the near future, it may also have it's spreading to Vietnam and Thailand. Next. Beside the crop, we also have this disease, widespread disease, epidemic disease for the animals, like the African swine fevers, the foot and mouth disease, and recently this lumpy skin disease. Next. And of course, with the huge amount use of the pesticide, there's a lot of negative impact on the environments and the social. For example, in the next, please. I think we missed. Oh, okay. I think it's great. Can you go back to the previous slide, please? For example, from the study in 3 districts in Vietnam, more than 90% of the rural school children are exposed to the highly hazardous pesticides. So most of the farmers, they use these highly hazardous pesticide, and of course with this highly hazardous, 80% of those children, they are reported to have healthy symptoms, and the girls are more vulnerable to this pesticide. It's used to the involvement of the traditional gender roles, and at the regional levels, more than 50%, the studies show that we have an experience in unintentional acute pesticide poisonous. Next. And then also for the impact on the environment, here on the map on the right side, you can see here in the Mekong region, more than 50%, the current status of the land degradation and the ecosystem services, more than 50% is range from medium to strong degradation, and very low status of the ecosystem services. On the table below, you can see different colors. All the practices with different crop provide a negative impact on the different aspects of the environment, like the soil degradation, the water and air pollution, the deforestation, the biodiversity, and greenhouse gas emission. It ranges from high impact to the medium impacts. Next. And this is an example from Cambodia, because Cambodia is not really a sloping or mountainous region, but it is a gentle slope. Even with the gentle slope, with the conventional practices of the soil tillage, intensive soil tillage, especially like you see the picture below with the cassava cultivation, that they do a deep plowing and reaching. We can see that in the last 10 or 15 years, the soil carbon stock has been reused more than 50%. So you can see the production of maize increasing, and then it start to decrease. And the farmer, they are shifting to cassava, because cassava is more, still can be more productive. And then again, it is shifting. That's why they need to apply the chemical fertilizer. Next. So beside all this, we also have impact from the climate change that that lead our agricultural system more and more vulnerable. See the scenario with in 2030, 2060, and 2080. Sorry for the technical problems. We will have more frequent and longer drought, and more intense and more frequent tropical cyclone. We will get more hotter, and we will also have an incident of the extreme high sea levels. You will hear all this from the section 2A, climate action and monitoring and financing. Next. But at the same time, we also observe the emerging trends. It's a recent, but it's also quite strong. The public interest and awareness that raising the concern about the safety, safe food products. Because now the consumer, they are more willing to pay for the safety of products. So the technical trends include the healthy diets, fresh products, safe origin, and sustainable consumption. So in order to have these safe product available on the market, there also an interest from different stakeholders, especially the farmer organization, cooperative, and also the private company that join hand in order to try to meeting the rising demand for the quality standard and the product traceability. For example, the establishment of the certification system for the good agricultural practices, organic safe food certification, and also like especially among the farmer community, trying to find an alternative system which is more cheaper, more affordable, like the participatory currency system. We also have a standard of the geographic identification and other labeling and branding, like a fair trade. And they are also increasing, especially during the epidemics, COVID-19 epidemics, increasing of the online purchase development that bring the farmers, the farmer community more closer to the consumers. Next. From here, I will provide the context, the challenge, and also the ongoing initiative action in order to try to provide the solution to tackle those challenges. Here, we start by Chiang Khong province in Laos. Some of the context in Chiang Khong province, there are three main agroecosystem. The cane basin is depend on the agroecosystem is defined depend on the topographies, the elevation, and also the soil type. Here, the cane basin is mainly consists of the lowland rice and maize in the upland, and of course the light ruminants like the cattle, buffalo, and an important vegetable production. And the second agroecosystem is the plain ozar. It's a vast savannas, grassland that consists of the lowland rice also, and also the light ruminants and some vegetable production. And the last one, the third one, is the sloping area. It's a mountainous area with an important area of the upland rice and also maize, and there also tea and coffee production, and also the light ruminant and pigs. Next. The main challenge that we observe is the increasing and high quantity use of the pesticides for maize, mainly for maize and vegetable, and also the increasing of the pressure from pest and disease, and also the fast land degradation and the poor of the low quality management. Next. And we also observe the innovation and dynamics, the initiative and innovation related to the agroecology and safe food system, like supporting to the agricultural product value chain developments for cacao noise, rice, organic vegetable, coffee, Pusan tea, and also to provide and to support the market developments, providing a higher quality product visibility through the certification like an organics, and also support the stakeholder organization and provide the technical support like a good agricultural products. There are also a support to the crop livestock integrated management like cattle fattening, promotion of the forage technology, and also the support to the crop diversification and conservation agriculture, and the pilot test of the green extension model. Next. Here in Prairie here, we selected in Cambodia, we selected the Prairie here province. Prairie here have an important area of the economic land concession, but at the same time, we also have an important area of the wildlife conservation for protected forests and also the community forest. It's known in Cambodia as the largest organic rice production province since 2015, and there's a high important, a large area of the rice, but also some of the upland crop. The farming system is rather small scales, like a family farmings, and more diversified. And the farmer they have a low financial capital. Next, the challenge that we observe is the very low productivity and low profitability from the organic value chain, mainly the rice. There's increasing farmer, they are shifting to conventional, that using the chemical. They also rapid decrease of the soil fertility depletion, increasing the wheat pressures. They also like a limitation to develop organic value chain for other crop. Next. At the same time, we also have these observe the innovation and dynamics, like promoting the organic value chain for rice, for cassava, cashew nut, peanut. There's also very satisfying and appreciated the developments of the contract farming, so very well developed. Around the organic value chain with the private companies and also the unions and the cooperative. They are very well installed auditing system. Also, there's the promotion of the conservation agricultures through for the organic rice through the What for Camp project. They also support for the high quality and safety vegetable production, climate smart practice, and also the agribusiness. Next. Here's the last site from Sơn La Dien Bien province in Vietnam. These two provinces are the remote mountainous areas far away from Hanoi. It is sloping areas, more than 75%, also reported as a high poverty rate. And the agriculture is in transition in the uplands, so from rice to maize to cassava, recently to fruit tree, but also including maize, cassava, and rice is still a major crop in the upland. It's still a major crop in the farming system of the farmers. They are also in developments of the industrial crop like coffee, tea, sugarcane, and macadamias. They are also a strong importance of livestock in the livelihood and the development of the vegetable sector, especially in Sơn La province. The main challenge that we observe, of course, this is the sloping area. So we have an experience of the very intensive soil erosion and very fast land degradation. There's the use of the pesticide, like also in Laos, and also the increasing pressure of pests and disease, and also the limitation in the quality management. Next. But also at the same time, we observe the main innovation and also initiatives that support to the fruit and industrial crop development in the sloping area to support the large ruminant developments and also the permanent raising like improve pasture lands, support to the safe vegetable production, and also the certification to increase the visibility of the quality, and also the developments of the mountainous rice value chain, and also recently also the development of the agroecotourism, and also the promotion of the, we call it the sloping agricultural land technology like agroforestry. Next. Just to summarize and provide you the key takeaways, there's 3 key challenges in the region. So the first is the increasing and the high dose of use of the pesticide and antibiotics. So the challenge is to try to find an alternative to this, for example, through the agroecological crop protection. The second challenge is the diversification of the agricultural system and the landscape, that right now that the agricultural system try to be simplified, and with the commodity crop, we see the landscape only monocropping. And the third challenge is the limitation of engaging the stakeholder into the quality management and the quality-based value chains. So the decision to define the appropriate modality to solve those challenges must be taken at the territorial scale with the multi-stakeholder from the ground, so that the proposed policy can be realistic to the local condition. It can be adopted by all the different stakeholders. Yeah, thank you very much. That's all for my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Radha, for a very comprehensive overview and introduction. So I would like to, maybe you can put on the slide, and then I would like to move to the part 1 of the session, focusing on introducing the initiatives and insights on reducing the pesticide and antibiotic use. So here we have 3 speakers to share about their initiatives, which is Mr. Thong Dam Phongpichit from Sustainable Agriculture and Environment Development Association, SIDA, from Laos. And the second is Dr. Fred Unger from ILRI, the International Livestock Research Institute. And our another speaker is Dr. Jean-Philippe Nguyen from CIRAT. So they will share about their initiatives in this session. So I would like to first then pass the floor to Mr. Thong Dam to start with. Thank you, Mr. Thong Dam.
Thank you, moderator. Sound is good? Sound is okay?
Yes,
Yes.
very good.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you, Dada. You're already talking a lot about the issue in Laos and also in Siang Kuang, because I was a very long time in Siang Kuang also to support organic agriculture. Thank you, organizer, to invite us to sharing. So in the agenda that they invite me to talking on the Siang Kuang, but I want to speak overall, because SEDA is not working on Siang Kuang, but we can working on other province, because we are support the organic agriculture access to the local market. And my name is Thong Dam. I working with SEDA is many years, already 20 years. Next slide, please. My presentation, I will talking a little bit about SEDA and how about the organic agriculture context at the national level, and some lesson learned from the 3 province, and some challenge. And we also have some successful also, and recommend to improve in future based on our few working. Next slide, please. SEDA is SEDA is working in Laos is established in 1991, but we are set up the SEDA in 2007 because we are developed from the sustainable agriculture. It is a network in Laos to working on the sustainable agriculture, and we are working on the food security and nutrition. We forgot on the 4 area: sustainable agriculture, especially for the organic agriculture, agrobiology, and seed conservation. And we're also working on the responsibility in agriculture investment. The second, we're working on the environment conservation, especially the pesticide issue. We have working very long time because we also the member of the pesticide action network in Asia Pacific, and we working a lot with the Ministry of Agriculture to engagement, develop the tool and training for the local governments, and we also working on the environment conservation. And the third, we also working on farmer organization, especially to set up the group. Can be set up association and cooperative and also farmer networks. And the 4 ones we working on the food safety. Right now, is SEDA working with more than 90,000 household, and in more than nearly 300 villages in 16 districts, especially in the 5 provinces. In working in Siêng Khoang, Luang Lam Tha, Urom Sai, Phong Sari, and Vientiane province. We document a lot information from our experience, the video poster on organic agriculture and non-timber products, and also the pesticide issue. Next slide, please. Then I come back to the national context because I think it's already that Laos is a small country, but almost cover very high percentage of the agriculture farmer. It's more than 80% is agriculture people, and especially for the rice is the main crops. And for agriculture sector, it contribute to the GDP is only 16%, and agriculture is very the Lao government, especially the Ministry of Agriculture, is very strong promote agriculture, especially for they have a vision on the food safety and clean, safe, and the quality of agriculture products. And in Laos we have 4 system of the agriculture or the farming. Is that we have the organic agriculture, we have the GAP, free pesticide, and natural sustainable agriculture. But we have only 2 standards, only the organics and GAP standard only. And for the promote organics strategy of Laos, because they want to support to cover 70% of the total production. Like only with 2% of the total agriculture area. That means in 2075, the government they want to promote more than 17,000 farms. And we have 13 hectare right now. Is with only 13 hectare, and with an 800 ton production only right now in this year. Next. Come back to the SEDA experience, because we are working in Siêng Khoang, support organic agriculture access to the market, local market from 2009 until now, already many years. And we start in Siêng Khoang first. Right now is we have in Siêng Khoang we working with 5 districts. We have more than 2,000 households, and we set up already 6 organic market now. And in Urom Thai we have only also 200 households, as a member of the organics in Luang Nam Tha, and we already set up the one organic in Luang Nam Tha. Also in Vientiane, we especially in Vang Vieng, we have 200 households also, and we also have the organic market. And the important that our strategy, because we try to transfer the responsibility from us to the government, local government, and from government to the farmer organization, and to them to manage. Especially we have the strategy, we have the capacity for the local government, and the government capacity to the farmer, and support farmer to manage themselves. It is our strategy. Right now is some district they already managed by the local government and the lead of the farmer and farmer committee. Next. In the past we have a lot of activity, because we have developed the organic techniques, and we also pilot a demonstration about sustainable rice system. We are adaptation from the SRI, and we train about the value chain organics certification. We use ICS and PGS system, and we support farmers to develop the rice and vegetable seed conservation, and awareness testing on the pesticide, especially also testing the pesticide positioning from the vegetable, and support farmer group saving fund, and we also support forest family also to produce for the food security, and we working on the poultry relation, gender and family farming water system. And we are also develop the model farmer and support the farmer, set up the farmer organization, and especially for the women leader, and also provincial farmer network. We organize a lot of exchange learning from the local and national level, also engagement in regional level also, because we are the member of the ASEAN and also AFA. And we support a farmer to engagement in the policy and strategy in the local and national level. It is our main activity. Next. Yeah, after already 12 years, we have very good, successful, like we have a very strong support with the government, especially for the strategy and the policy of the government, and also develop the appropriate technique. Right now, our farmer, they can be the trainer, and we have many appropriate technique, and the farmer, they can use in the local level. And the third one, we set up the organics market space and capacity for the farmer to manage by themselves. And we also building the farmer model farmer organization and learning. And we support setting the group of the organization, and try to train for the farmer to manage by themselves, and capacity for the local government, and link to the network and advertising, and participatory approach, because we are need them to the learning together between the different level, and also we have to thinking about the long term and support also, because the organic agriculture is take a lot a little bit long, and if the short time and we cannot success. Next slide, please. I try to faster, no? Yes. And this one is just a summary that our experience that I already talking, because we thinking about the health, the incomes, and also social and health each other, and better food security and sustainable organization of the farmer. It is our value that we are use our principle. And next. And we also have some challenge, because our friend from Dara already talk a lot about the because it's difficult to change behavior of the farmer, and because they are implement the monocrops and so impact of the pesticide and capacity of the local government also, and limited the consumer and people to buy the production. It is a climate change is one of the issue, and the cost of the certify also is a very big issue also. It is a many problem, and the last one is the young people in agriculture. That is the big challenge also, because our member almost higher than 50 years. The last one, thank you. Next one. Yeah, it's my recommendation. We have to thinking about policy enforcement, because we have a good policy, but the enforcement is not effectiveness, and fund support on long term also, and capacity for the local government, because if our project out, how the local government they can continue support the farmer, especially for the certified system, the mechanism of the certified inspector, farm advisor. Right now is the local government still very weak, and PGS also in Laos still not official. We don't have the logo yet, and increase the promotion of the advisor promote the organic products, and also in the social media, and they have to control more on pesticide, because many pesticide already banned but still available in Laos, especially paraquat, and more on the control about the engagement the private sector to promote more organics, and priority like and the cost of the value transportation and material and water it still very high for agriculture, for the small farmer, and we have to improve the quality of the production and packaging also, and increase the support and young people in agriculture, and support the organic group, and also link network, especially for the sustainable and market fair. Next, thank you very much for your attention. Sorry for over a little bit, 2 minutes. Thank you very much for your attention. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for Mr. Tong Dang for the very interesting sharing of the experience and the recommendations. I find it very in a very practical manner. And so thank you. I would like to then introduce the next presentation and speaker from Dr. Fred, and he will be talking about how safe is pig production on evidences versus perception on the risk and the way forward. So yes, Mr. Fred, please, you can start. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot to the organizer to inviting us for this important meeting. I hope you can see me and you can hear me well. This presentation was, oh, actually I cannot see my slide anymore. Can you still see it?
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay, Fred.
Oh, still, but I cannot see anything on my computer. Let me just to reset it. Because, I mean, I would need a slide. Okay, it's coming back. Give me 1 minute. Does it just collapse? Okay, this presentation is about safer pork and perception on safer pork. And it is a presentation which highlights research evidence from ILRI over the last 10 years from an interdisciplinary research team from Cambodia, Vietnam, and also from overseas. Next slide. I start with background, then with actual evidence of food safety risk for selected animal sourced food for pork. We are Livestock Institute. I present feasible mitigation options and key takeaways. Next slide. Yeah, okay. Food systems are rapidly changing in many developing countries. We had also recently the Food System Summit. In Vietnam, we have 4 to 5% of growth of the livestock sector. And the importance of food safety was also highlighted by the Prime Minister during the UN Food System Summit as being part of Action Track 1, Healthy and Nutritious Food. These transitions are likely to be associated also with consumption of more risky food, of course, milk, meat, aqua products, and crops. And food safety is a growing concern of public health population worldwide. Next. For the global food safety burden, there was a famous report from WHO. They estimated 31 prioritized hazards and concluded on 33 million disability-adjusted life years. And that's actually comparable with malaria, HIV, and TB. 1 in 10 people are estimated to fall sick every year from contaminating food. This leads to 420,000 fatalities. Most of them are children under 5 years, and the main contributors are actually norovirus, Campylobacter, Salmonella, and E. coli. Next slide. Yeah, I think that's the slide. Usually we're using a Menti or something like that. We have here pork in the traditional value chain in Vietnam, and we have maize contaminated with most likely aflatoxin. And we got, if we presented what is more risky, of course, the perception is always related to the maize. But actually, the evidence, next slide, or just press once, not next slide. The evidence from this FERC report, WHO, is actually that microbiological hazards are really most important, followed by helminths, which are parasites, and then finally aflatoxin. So what people worry most is not always what is the actual risk. Next slide. And this, let me come now to Vietnam. We did a large or representative survey on microbiological hazards in important pork value chains in northern Vietnam. And you can see up here, this is modern and traditional retail, including a system actually we have in Son La, the indigenous pig system. And we found poor food safety outcomes related to microbiological hazards across all retail types, modern and traditional. Actually, the less contaminated were the indigenous pig systems and the boutique shops. We did also, and that's important, we did not only a hazard estimate, we did a quantitative risk assessment for the consumer. So what does actually mean that for the consumer? And 1 up to 2 pork consumers are estimated to suffer from foodborne diseases annually. And that brings us, if you consider hospitalization costs, only to $200 million costs per year. These are even not just adjusted for outpatients. The value chain actors incorrectly perceived chemical hazards as much more important than microbiological hazards. And here you can see, for instance, safer pork was related to not using antibiotics or growth promoters, but not to have a better hygiene, for instance. We had also a qualitative or semi-quantitative risk assessment for chemical hazards, including growth promoters, antimicrobials, and heavy metals. Actually, the risk is pretty low. It's not negligible, but it's definitely far lower than the risk from microbiological hazards. And the good news for Son La, we did a study in Son La, we have a very low risk from parasitic pork-borne diseases in the indigenous pig systems for Taenia and cysticercosis, one of the 10 most important parasitic diseases worldwide. Zoonosis. Next slide. So let us move to the region, and we did a quite similar study or research in Cambodia in pork and chicken under the Safe Food Fair Food project with our Cambodian partners from NAFPRI and LDC. And the presence of Salmonella was also here moderate to high for chicken and pork across modern and traditional trade, but actually the modern retail was a little bit better. And this is really a countrywide survey, at least for the traditional retail, so very representative. We did also, or what we're still doing is a quantitative risk assessment for the consumer risk, and we found that it's almost the same like in Vietnam. Cross-contamination at household level was seen as important. There is a low risk from parasitic pork-borne diseases, Taenia and cysticercosis. Next slide. We had feasible risk mitigation options developed for Vietnam and also for Cambodia. You can see here for Vietnam. Slaughter, we used around $300 to $1,000 investment, co-funded 50% by the slaughterers and $40 for the retailers. This includes grid, separate clean dirty zones and disinfection for the slaughterers, and hygienic cutting boards, separate clean dirty and disinfection for the markets. And we got promising results for both. Next. Yes, and we supported that by using of behavior nudges. You see red for poor behavior, green for good behavior, and had also a lot of training on risk communication with various actors and developed certain manuals to improve indigenous pork systems actually in Hoa Binh, but this has been also distributed to Shongla. Next slide. And this brings us to the use of antimicrobials. We had various slides, one on nanosilver and another one on use of probiotics. There was no clear, these are first results. There's no clear effect on antimicrobials on weight gain. Farmers always argue, well, we don't have weight gain if we don't use antimicrobials. We didn't find that. Probiotics finally resulted in improved carcass quality. And that's interesting, related to the topic, there's no antimicrobial residuals found in meat or organs above allowed thresholds level in none of the groups, the AM group, the probiotic group, or even the control group. Again, next slide, next click. We plan to scale these food safety initiatives also to another project, to the Safeguard project. And of course, we will also work on ASEAN using the same tools. There was a landmark food safety risk management report for Vietnam, and that was also recognized by the Deputy Prime Minister. And I think also some of the partners present here in this meeting today from Vietnam were involved. There's a lot of evidence in our research with peer-reviewed papers, briefs, and videos. Next. Yeah, and this is research results from Cambodia. Again, very first research result, not yet really published. We had a similar, bit cheaper intervention package at retail, easy clean surface, washing, disinfection, separation, training, use of hygienic cutting boards, and branding for upgraded shop. And we found promising results that there is a better food safety outcome for the retailer group. And this was used a strong randomized control design. Next slide, and that's, I think, my last slide. We found poor food safety outcomes in modern and traditional retail. Microbiological hazards are more important than chemical hazards. And that is based on the evidence. There's a lot of evidence on microbiological hazards and disease burden, but not much actually on chemical hazards. The value chain actors strongly perceive chemical hazards as most important, and low-cost intervention actually can make traditional slaughter and retail safer. A replacement of antimicrobials by probiotics and fattening pigs can work as they had no negative effect on the weight gain. There's a continuous action. The use of a risk-based approach is of important. This means traceability, a risk assessment for microbiological hazards. I said already, this has been well done, and less for chemical hazards. Risk communication is needed. There's a paradigm shift also needed. Modern retail is not per se safe, and traditional retail not per se unsafe. And the stepwise reduction of antimicrobials and fattening pigs is possible and need to be further promoted. Next. This is actually just my thank you slide. You see we had a lot of partners involved, and we have also, actually, this is not the actual presentation, I have to admit. I put all the publication lists here, the publication links here on the last slide. So maybe we have to change that presentation with the actual one. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Dr. Fred, for sharing this very preliminary research result with us. Much appreciated, and overall on the 3 countries. So thank you again. Yes, and then I would like to move on to the next topic, is on the agroecological crop protection, addressing regional and local challenges. And Dr. Jean-Philippe from CIRAD will be sharing with us on this topic. So Dr. Jean-Philippe, please, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Erica, and good morning, everybody. From Canton, Vietnam, and it's a pleasure for me to be there and to talk about agroecological crop protection. This morning, I would like to highlight the relevance of agroecological crop protection in addressing current issues of agriculture at different scales, global, regional, local, and of course, to link directly with to the challenge discussed in this section 1B, I will also show how agroecological crop protection can achieve a significant reduction in pesticide use. Next slide, please. There is a growing body of literature and numerous concerns on pesticides and their effect. I would like to start by reminding that pesticides were an important pillar of the Green Revolution, during which the main concern was to increase the production. And there was less concern about the negative effects on health, on the environment, or simply on the ecological functioning of agrosystem and also to the food system. If we proceed to a very quick assessment of crop protection, we can say that the use of pesticide has been increasing for 60 years, and in most of the regions in the world. And put simply, it can also be said that pesticides have become fast-moving consumer goods, and this is the case in particular in Southeast Asia. Next slide. Before presenting what ACP is, I just want to say why these orientations seems relevant today if we want to make actions consistent with wishes or words. And beyond the reduction of the quantities of pesticide we are looking for, ACP can contribute to tackle current and future issues of agriculture at different scales. For example, all along the value chains, from the field to the food system, ecological sustainability of agroecosystems, socio-economic profitability of farms, but also globally, climate change, erosion of biodiversity, soil degradation, or even the resurgence of viral zoonosis as we have met recently. Next slide, please. So what is ACP? It's very simple to understand. It is just the application of agroecology principles to crop protection. And as agroecology, it can be presented as three components. The first one is an interdisciplinary field of research with adapted topics and approaches, such as participatory, such as holistic, such as multi-scales, multi-sectors, and so on. It's also a set of practices to be implemented in the field, and given priority to preventive measures, to promotion of biodiversity in the agroecosystem, to soil health improvement, and there is also a third component. So it's also a set of social interactions between the different actors in relation, of course, with crop protection. It concerns organization, regulatory, policy aspects at different scales, and of course all social aspects. And I would like to stress the human aspect. And I could add also the psychological aspect. Next slide, please. To go very quickly, I would like just to point out that ACP is now quite well documented, even if it's a quite recent orientation. If you compare it, for example, to IPM, in some places where ACP has been implemented, the result in a reduction of pesticides are very promising. And in Southeast Asia, we have started by designing and building a ACP network by organizing workshop, international scientist schools, and so on in countries such as Vietnam or Myanmar. And we also are beginning. We are also beginning programs on ICP in Cambodia and next in Laos. Next, please. Let me carry on the place of pesticides in ACP, which is very far from that in conventional agriculture, where pesticides are a main pillar and the first practice implemented in the field. For a long time, we have applied a chemical base in agroecosystem, often to reduce the aversion of loss risk for farmers, and without really knowing if it's the best solution, taking into account all the needed criteria, such as the scales, time, space, challenges to address, local, global, efficiency of the protection, and of course, side effects. And the ACP strategy to implement in the field is very clear. I have no time to detail it, but it's based on two main keywords. First one, of course, it's ecology. When we are talking about agroecological crop protection, we are talking about agroecology, so we are talking about ecology. And the second one is the order in the implementation of practices in the field. And in ACP, it is recommended to use pesticides. It's not forbidden, but only if necessary as the very last resort. Next, please. Yes, I now focus on the how ACP contributes to address challenges. Of course, this slide indicates that ACP meets the challenge of sustainable development with its three traditional pillars: social, economic, and environmental. Next, please. But this slide also highlights that ACP responds to health issues that are of increasing concern in our societies, and also ecological issues concerning the functioning of the agroecosystem, the functioning of the food system. We can today talk about the safety of food system, and also for in the field for ecosystem services, of course. Next, please. What about global challenges? Here is a graphical abstract of a recent paper we have written with Alain Ratnadas, a colleague from CIRAD, and it's based on a review of literature. ACP, as you can see on this slide, contributes to the global challenges: climate change, erosion of biodiversity, animal welfare, but also the reduction of the risk of viral zoonosis, and mostly if you compare to agrochemical protection. Next, please. And in addition, this paper also highlights that ACP contributes positively to various health issues. Of course, crop cultivated plant protection is the main aim, but also the ecosystem health, the animal health, and the human health. As such, ACP can be considered as an orientation allowing links between agroecology in general and the One Health concept. Next, please. For us, the main issue is to look, of course, to the tools and to the ways for implementing the transition from a conventional agriculture to an agroecological one. And we have challenges for each of the three components of ACP. First, as a research field. Second, for technical level, with the design and the implementation of a strategy with a high range of agroecological practices to be implemented in the field. And thirdly, concerning the social component. Next, please. And I would like to stress on this third component and on the challenges to meet, because maybe there's the most difficult challenges to meet. And to ensure the transition, it's first necessary to have enough time. Things do not change overnight. There is a long way to go to work together, to prepare, to design, to adopt, to assess. Technical support is needed, such as also as well as social accompaniment and policy support, and to ensure the integration of social and ecological concerns. It's relevant to design that we can call a socio-ecological framework to implement new ways of reasoning, new ways of thinking, new ways of working, to facilitate interaction between actors along the value chain, to work at different scales, to facilitate the organization between institutions, to design and to implement incentive policies, and so on. And the asset project represents such a socio-ecological framework. Next, please. This slide just aims to point out the relevance of this kind of framework for agroecological crop protections. ACP, of course, need to be ecologically and economically viable, but also socially acceptable. And farmers have to evolve from a thought and a formula such as we cannot do without pesticides to a new one we can use only if necessary as a last resort pesticide. Next, please. And I would like to, next, please. Yes, I would like to give a second word very quickly on pesticide, as I have started it, my presentation. We now know better than before the effects of pesticide on health, environment, functioning of agroecosystems, and we have many reasons to look for the reduction or suppression of pesticide. I have no time to detail them here, but we could multiply the example on this concern. They need to confirm that there is what we can call an infernal cycle of pesticide. It means the more pesticide we use, the more we have to use pesticide, the more we find it normal and unchangeable to the point of considering them as fast-moving consumer goods, and the more we create, and we have to manage phytosanitary problems. To next, please. My last slides. Yes, this slide sums up the main takeaway messages, which correspond to real challenges for all the actors of agroecosystem and food systems. I don't detail them. The need of highly reduce or suppress pesticides, the relevance and the consistency of ACP, not only to address the challenge to reduce pesticide, but also to address global and local challenges, the adaptations and the time needed to adopt new ways of working, and finally, the need for support, not only on technical and socio-ecological levels, but also for policies during the transition period. And on this slide, I've also indicated some arrows just to show how this ACP topic is consistent with the other topics discussed in this section 1B, but also in the other sessions of the conference. Next, please. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Jean-Philippe, especially help us to connect the topic with other sessions. Thank you. And so we are slightly late for a few minutes, but I think we have time to take questions. And I would like to ask my colleague Melanie to maybe to talk about the questions and direct them to our speakers. Thank you.
Thank you, Erika. So we have two questions, in fact. If we speak about these two questions, I think we can take 3 minutes for the question. So we have a question for Fred Enger from ASEAN Secretariat regarding the antimicrobial resistance. So Fred, the floor is yours.
Sorry, the question is in the chat or what?
Yeah, excuse me, I read the question. So ASEAN is now working on the antimicrobial resistance. Do you have suggestions on the best way to address this issue in terms of policy and procedures?
Yeah, thanks for that good question. I think first of all, farmers using AMU because they believe it contributes to weight gain or it reduces mortality or morbidity in pigs. So if you replace antibiotics by something else, I mean, we need to give them options. There has to be much better biosecurity or improved biosecurity. There has to be some training about these basic understandings of biosecurity, in particular for small-scale farmers. We have 80% of them in Vietnam and also in many other countries. So we cannot just reduce antimicrobials without giving them options for, let's say, at least equal production performance. Our research has actually shown that antimicrobials are not necessary. They're alternatives. I haven't shown the nanosilver, but I have shown the probiotics, and the results are promising. So there are options also on the technical side to replace antimicrobials, and that needs to be, I think, further promoted to the farmers and to the producers, and as well to the feed mills, actually, because they're making finally money out of that. Vietnam has actually achieved a lot. They have reduced really the antimicrobials quite a bit over recent years due to new regulations. But what farmers are sometimes doing instead, they're mixing themselves antimicrobials to the feed premixes. So that's also, of course, not very helpful. But of course, I think there's light on the horizon, and Vietnam has really achieved quite a bit compared to years what I have seen in recent years. So we probably need more evidence on the use of alternative feeding regimes and more evidence on light touch as really easy and simple biosecurity measures to make pig farming or chicken farming safer. And this has to be really light, that we get compliance by these small scale or smallholder farmers. Over.
Thank you, Fred, for this reply. I will give your email to the colleagues to pursue the discussion. So we are more or less on time. I think we can have 5 minutes break, and then we can start with the second part of the session. Hello, everyone. Thanks for coming back. We can start with the second part of this session. I will ask the three coming speakers to open their camera. So we will continue the session with the part on the providing insight on key initiative regarding the challenges building resilient and diversified landscape at a local level. Yeah, we can share the screen. So for this part of the session, we will have three speakers. Dr. Lan Nguyen from Vietnam. He's worked for the Afrique project in Vietnam. The second speaker will be Hoa Tran Quoc from CIRAD. He's based in Laos. And the last speaker is Ms. Sremon Siang from GDA in Cambodia. So please, Dr. Lan Nguyen, the floor is yours for your presentation.
Thank you, Melanie. Okay, so I would like to present what we work in the northwest of Vietnam on scaling out agroforestry. So in this project, we have to part that is scaling out in the larger area of agroforestry, and we also have the other part that is scaling up. So in this presentation, we would like to present what we have done in Northwest Vietnam. Next slide, please. Our project funded by ASEAN and GGIA on forestry and agroforestry, and we have 8 partners involved in the project, and 3 partners is the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development of Điện Biên, Sơn La, and in Bai province. We have VAFS, LFI, and NOMASI. And we have 2 universities, that is Southern Cross University from Australia and Tây Bắc University. Next slide, please. We start from participatory trial. We develop different agroforestry trial to compare with the monoculture system. We evaluate different agroforestry system in terms of increase the income, economic benefit, effective on soil erosion prevention. And during this process, we work with farmers, with partners, and training them on evaluate the different system to see what is the positive and what is the negative of agroforestry system compared with monoculture system. Next slide, please. Yeah. The next step is we working with volunteer farmer, develop farmer demonstration trials. So in this step, we have to work with farmer and train them on different technique to develop the agroforestry system. We work with them on skill to working in the nursery and develop different species with a high quality. Here, farmer will not copy on 100% of what we have done in the trial, but they have knowledge to develop the different system by themselves to adapt their requirement, household requirement, and also local market. In this picture, you can see the different agroforestry developed by farmer in the site. That is very different with what we have done in the Northwest, but based on associated woody species in their field instead of a monoculture system. Next slide, please. Example landscape, that is the higher level of developed agroforestry in the landscape. In this step, we work with province partner, work with farmer, and we make the plan to cover the monocrop area in the mountainous area. In this step, we involve group of farmer, and later on, farmer enough capacity to form to working in the group together, and also they possible to form cooperative to adapt the market requirement. Next slide, please. Based on what we work in agroforestry, we understand that agroforestry is the one part of household economy. So all the associated trees or crop must adapt for farmer requirement. So in this picture, we can see the different agroforestry system, and farmer use the product from system to for the animal feed, and all of them is a support for their household economy. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. We developed the suitable area, suitable map for different agroforestry options. In this work, we try to support local government to understand the way they possible to develop different system and different species. Here is something like we prepare for the plan of the local government. We support the local government on the strategy to develop the for agriculture development program. Next slide, please. We start the project. We start with smallholder farmer. Then during the work, we have to support them on capacity building and to work together in the group, working group, nursery group, and later on they possible to work together to form the cooperative. Yeah. Next slide, please. When people work with agroforestry, and they have more product, and they have to think about how to sell their product. So cooperative farming and market linkage is one important part of the project. In our side, farmer in some place, farmer already formed the cooperative, and they develop their skill to adapt for the local market, and they also looking for different market in the cities. So you can see the picture. At beginning, farmer only sell for the local channel, and now they have two channels. So they still keep the local market, and they form the farmer group, and now they explore the new market. Yeah, this is a difficult part of the project. It requires the capacity of farmer leader, of cooperative leader. So we are still on the step to work with them. Next slide, please. With the project work in the Northwest, so we think that the first important is capacity building for farmer, for local staff, and for partners. and we also really need the attention from local government and their support to the scaling out the result of our project. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Wang Yuan, for this well-illustrated presentation and with this explanation regarding the different steps and the multi-scale approach to develop innovative agroforestry system. Thank you very much. We can move. We are on time, but it's good to keep time for the question and answer. So I will introduce Hoa. Hoa, the floor is yours. You have time for your presentation.
Thank you, Melanie. First of all, could you hear me? It's fine, yes?
Yes.
All right. Okay, so good morning, everybody. So my presentation is about the agroecological transition in Lao PDR, and in this presentation, I will highlight the challenges and opportunities for developing and promoting safe and resilient cropping systems in Xian Quang province. So next, please. So I will start my presentation with a very brief overview of conservation agriculture and agroecology initiatives conducted in Lao PDR. And then I will present successively the current systems in Xian Quang province. What are the main CA cropping systems that have been designed and promoted there? And what are the main constraints for scaling up these systems? And finally, what would be the strategy to accelerate the agroecological transition? Next, please. Yeah, so over the two past decades, CIRAD and the Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry have worked together to promote the CA and more generally agroecology through the implementation of research and development projects, mainly located in the northern provinces, as it is a priority of Lao government. So this presentation will focus on Xian Quang province, which is the flagship of the ASEAN project. Next, please. Yeah, as Radha just mentioned earlier, Xian Quang province is characterized by three main agroecosystems, and the province is well integrated into the national and regional markets. Click, please. Click, yeah. So we will be particularly interested in Kham district, which is characterized by its intensive maize production basin, and also by its sloping areas where upland rice, maize, and job steers are widely produced, and coffee is currently promoted. Next, please. Maize areas in Kham district covers nearly 50% of the total maize surface in Xian Quang province. So, and it is the first cash crop there. Maize and lowland rice are the main crop pillars for farming systems in Kham district, and the level of crop diversification is very low. Intensive maize monoculture led to profound changes in agricultural practices with the use of herbicides, herbicides, and continuous soil tillage. And it is obvious that maize production largely contributed to changes in livelihood in Kham district by increasing farmers' incomes. Next, please. Yeah, you cannot see the text, but never mind. Okay, but the downside is that back, please. Yeah. But the downside is that maize expansion and intensification has also led to serious impacts, negative impacts on society due to the widespread use of herbicides that led to the land degradation of human health in the rural areas. And there are, of course, rising concerns on quality of life and food quality. negative impacts on the environment related to soil erosion due to heavy soil tillage that led to a fast degradation of soil fertility and water pollution. And in the meantime, maize monoculture has deeply transformed the landscape from complex landscape mosaics to more homogeneous landscape with a high loss of biodiversity. And finally, on farmers' side, they face an increase of production costs, emergence of new pests, and they are more and more vulnerable to climate and economic changes. So it is within this context that we have started to co-design and promote CA system in Cheng Kung province. Next, please. Next, please. Okay, sorry, normally you should see the text, but the background is completely white, so I cannot see. Okay, so the first step was to propose to farmers simple system that relied on the reduction of soil tillage and the preservation of crop residues. In Xian Kuang, these basic systems were the entry point to prevent soil erosion due to soil tillage. And even though our will was to adopt a step-by-step approach, we realized that this system were not sufficiently sustainable as their agronomic performances were too limited. Next, please. Next, yeah. Okay, then more diversified CA systems have been developed with farmers. These CA systems integrate pulses, cover crops, which are cultivated in association, relay, or rotation. And even though the agronomic performances of these systems are higher than conventional systems, they are more complex for farmers as the level of diversification in the system has increased. And appropriate scale mechanization is highly recommended in order to tackle any bottleneck in the working calendar. Next, please. And more recently, initiatives have been launched in order to promote coffee and diversification in the mountainous areas as an alternative after open rice and other cash crops in the sloping areas. The objective is to turn degraded fallows into agroforestry systems based on association of commercial and perennial crops, such as coffee, tea, banana, fast-growing legume trees, and other cover crops, according to their complementarity, but also according to the expected ecosystem services, and assuming that the biodiversity provides more ecosystem services than a single crop. Next, please. So, despite several projects and initiatives in Xian Kuang over nearly 15 years, the level of adoption of CA systems remains low. But actually, we have to keep in mind that during the maize expansion and intensification phase, most of the farmers were reluctant to shift from conventional to more environmental friendly practices. They were in a stage of intensification and accumulation. And in addition, there are other major constraints for crop diversification, lack of value chains for different communities, in particular for legume crops, crop livestock conflicts on land and biomasses use, limited access to key inputs such as cover crop seeds and mechanization, lack of coordination and shared vision on agroecology at national and provincial levels. Click, please. However, we believe that we still can change the scenario, as there's still an open opportunity window. Indeed, declining yields combined with maize price variations prompt farmers to look for alternative cropping systems and farming systems. There are existing human resources, extensionists with strong skills, outstanding farmers. There are ongoing agroecology initiatives, and there are also recent market opportunities for pulses, organic vegetables, coffee, banana. Next, please. So from these lessons learned and ongoing initiatives in other countries, like in Cambodia, we are rethinking on the strategy to accelerate the agroecological transition, and the strategy to deploy would rely on several actions that ASEAN project could contribute. Favoring farmers access to more diversified vegetable material. Indeed, as I mentioned earlier, the low availability of pulses and cover crop seeds and the lack of value chains for these species are a bottleneck for the dissemination of agroecology systems. And so it is necessary to explore business models supporting the production and marketing of these new species. And in a context of labor scarcity, the priority would be to support farmers to access to specific agricultural equipment and services in order to avoid any bottlenecks in the labor. In the labor calendar, the working calendar. So for that, we have to develop a demand creation process by bringing together manufacturers, service providers, and farmers in order to match supply and demand and create new economic opportunities. We have also learned that it is crucial to invest in social capital and collective learning to enhance the adoption of agroecology systems. So it is very important to engage the world community into participatory land use planning and management by adapting participatory landscape approaches by developing participative tools to explore agroecology options. Long-term experiments and networks of on-farm demonstration are required also to develop and improve agroecology systems and to produce knowledge. Indeed, these on-farm platforms are essential to provide, to design and to assess the agronomic and socioeconomic performances of agroecologic systems. To provide also training and build capacities of stakeholders on innovative systems, and finally, to provide scientific evidence to policymakers and donors on medium to long-term benefits of these systems. Next, please. Again, I would like to emphasize the necessity, firstly, to evaluate the potential for the development of value chains for different commodities, and secondly, to ease the demand offer by pooling traders and farmer communities. And we have also to explore. To explore, so we have to explore financial mechanism to provide incentives for the adoption of agroecology practices and soil fertility restoration through, for instance, the reward of agroecology products, agroecology practices, and so on. Next, please. So far, agroecological transition results from a sum of isolated initiatives. And there are many actors and existing networks or platforms committed to agroecology at national and regional level, but we still need to enhance connection, coordination, and information sharing between all these networks for more efficiency, for sure. And of course, policymakers at high level have to affirm or reaffirm their willingness to support and engage into the promotion of agroecology. And lastly, we need rapidly to engage the different stakeholders into the definition of a shared vision. And this is what we are doing now within the ASEAN project. Next, please. So thank you very much for your attention, and again, sorry for the presentation, which was not so nice visually, I would say. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, thank you, Hoa, for this. Yeah, well, illustrate one more time presentation. And if you are agree, we will share the first version of your presentation to allow all the people to enjoy your beautiful presentation and interesting one. We will move.
Hi, Melody. Sorry, you're on mute.
Oh, excuse me. We will move to the third and last presentation on fertility and soil quality management in Cambodia. Please, Ms. Sreman, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone, and thanks, moderator. But I cannot see my slides, actually.
Sorry, if you just give me 1 second, working on it.
I use this time to thank everyone for joining us today, but also if you would like to ask questions, please use the Q&A button or the chat box if it's easier for you.
Again, good morning and welcome to my presentation. I'm Sreman from the General Directorate of Agriculture, and today I'm going to share some activity that our team have implemented in Rigide Commune, Rovieng, Previa, Province, Cambodia. And today's topic is about the impact of land use changes on soil fertility and its management for lowland rice system in Previa Province. Next, please. So before coming to the activity that we have done so far, so I would like to introduce the situation of the area we are working on. So in Rovieng, Rigide Commune, we have two main reservoir dam. The first one is Okambao, and the second one is Osakarat Dam. That within these two reservoirs, we can cover the area with around 256 hectares of land. And farmer in the commune, they produce organic rice, which was certified by the EcoCert institution, and they can only produce the organic rice once per year. Next, please. So in this slide, talking about the land use changes over the 20 years in Rovieng, from 2001 to 2021. As you can see in the year of 2001, the forest land remains large, around 5,600 hectares. And from year to year, the deforestation take place, and the forest loss also from year to year. And nowadays, the forest remain only around 570 hectares, which is under the protection of forest community. And looking at the upland, it increased from 2001 to 2021, from around 3,000 hectares to around 8,000 hectares of upland crop. Next, please. And about the farming system trajectory, so the commune was created in around 1970, a little bit before the Khmer rule. And from 1970 to 1998, the farmer used animal traction for their farming practices. And at that time, they only grow lowland rice. and upland rice, but they're using the kind of slash and burn agriculture. And after that, they keep the field fallow for quite long, and then they start to grow on that land again. And at that time also, the farmer, they collect the non-timber forest products such as mushroom, leaf, and other vegetable. And from 1988 to 2005, it is the time that cassava and soybean was introduced to the commune, and farmers start growing from that time. And from 2005, 2015, farmers still growing lowland rice, upland rice, and cassava and soybean, and also the cashew tree was introduced. That's why we can see that the upland plantation area increased from year to year. And from 2015, farmers still continue growing cashew tree, and also it is the time that organic rice was certified by the EcoCert and was sold to different rice milling company in Cambodia. Next slide, please. And for the land use distribution, from our baseline survey last year, we saw that one household can own around 6 hectares of land, and they have lowland rice, annual upland crop in the orange color, and also upland plantation, and they have the cashew mixed with the other crop around 4%. Normally they grow cashew tree, and under the cashew tree, when it is still small, they put some crops such as soybean or cassava. But when the cashew tree growing up, they grow nothing. And also they have the fallow upland and also the forest. You may wonder why the farmer have the forest land, because at the past we can say the farmer, the very old farmer, they go to the forest and identify this forest land is mine, so I will work on it later, something like that. And for the source of income of the farmer, farmer got the income from different sources, such as from rice, around 15%, from upland crop, around 8%, from livestock. They have some pig and also cattle. That mostly cattle was grazing in the forest, and also from the natural resources. And for non-farm activity, the income was around 34%, and also from migration, it also a bit large, and is 17%. From the experience, the young lady, they come to the city to work as housemaid, and send the money to their family. Next, please. And for this slide, I would like to show about the depletion of soil organic carbon stock over 40 years. As you can see on the left, that with the old paddy field and the native vegetation, we can see on the native vegetation, the amount of soil organic matter is around 4.1%, while after plowing, after farming practices from year to year, the soil organic matter decreased to only around 1%. And on the chart, as you see, that on the remaining native vegetation, it means we take the soil from the forest and compared to the soil of the plot that farmer is practicing their agriculture, the amount of soil organic carbon stock decreased a lot between the native vegetation and the agricultural land. And that's what that is what we concerned, that we should, what activity should be done to get higher soil organic carbon stock in the soil, and also to increase the crop productivity. Next, please. And in this slide, I would like to show about the main issues that put organic rice under threat. So the first one is low productivity. So it may cause also low profitability of organic rice, because due to the soil organic matter and soil fertility depletion that cause to the low productivity of rice as the farmer. And farmer, they shift from transplanting to direct rice broadcasting. So this can make the number of weed increase in their field. So at the end, they need to decide to use the herbicide to control the weed. That is also what we concerned. And some farmers, they shift from rice in the upland to the rain-fed upland crops such as cassava and cashew nut. And also, in order to increase crop productivity, farmers increasing the use of chemical pesticide and also inorganic fertilizer. And another thing is on the upper part of our reservoir, we can see that there are still forest clearance happened recently in 2021 that can cause a big problem to soil erosion that flow to our reservoir. Next, please. So in order to address the problem that I mentioned earlier, so here are some activities that we work under the World Program project to improve soil fertility in the lowland and also some in the upland. So the first thing we did is we introduced different type of cover crop as a manure, such as Stylosantes, Sunham, and Ocoloca. And we grow it after the first harvest, after the harvest of farmer rice. So normally from start from this November. So they grow Sunham, and after that they roll down all this cover crop and did the transplanting. And in the upland, we also introduced some crop diversification and cover crop in the interrow of cashew nut, and also the pasture land. We introduced some process for the farmer who raise a lot of cattle. Next, please. So as I mentioned that we introduced our cover crop last year. So after the first year of using cover crop, we can see that the yield of organic rice increased. In CT average, it means conventional tillage. In the conventional tillage, the yield is around only 1.5 tons per hectare. But after using cover crop, we raised the case of 2 families who adopt cover crop growing. So the yield of their rice increased up to 2.8 tons per hectare, and also another family is 2.7 tons per hectare. So we can see that only 1 year of using cover crop, the yield of their organic rice increased like almost 2 times. And if we look at the labor per day, the payment per day, if they work on the normal field, I mean the conventional tillage, they only get $9.6 per day. But if he work on the cover crop field, because the yield is high, so they can get up to $20 per day. So it's quite big different between the conventional tillage and the field with cover crop. Next, please. Oh, I think something wrong with this one, but no problem. For last year, the farmer who adopt cover crop to grow in their field is only around 4.4 hectares. But this year, 2021, the area that farmer use cover crop increase, and also next year we plan to farmer will engage up to 60 hectare of land, and in the coming year we hopefully that farmer will engage more in using cover crop into their land. Next, please. So for key takeaways, as some already shown in the previous slide, that fast agrarian changes and also farming system change from rice to upland annual and perennial crop, that the common crop is mostly cassava and cashew nut. So changing this crop, farmer need to invest more. They need to put higher input. They start using pesticide, herbicide, and also inorganic fertilizer, but with less profit. So they will be in highly indebtedness in the future if they still continue this kind of activity. And for the organic rice, so while the pesticide using increase and also the inorganic fertilizer was used, so this can cause a lot of problem to the organic rice certification. So at the end, it will be from the inspection, it will be fail, and the farmer will lose the profit from selling organic rice with higher price. And another thing is we have to design and redesign the management of watershed and landscape. As you can see in the previous slide, that the farmers still cut the forest and especially nearby the reservoir, so that increase the soil erosion, that also make the reservoir become shallow. And we need to design a concerted agroecological development plan to address such issue. And also we need to introduce the agro-silvopastoral system, because there are still some forest land that the farmers have. So it is a good idea to introduce the agro-silvopastoral system, so they can keep the forest and also can grow the other crop or grass for their cattle. And also crop diversification and protection of the water reservoir, and also investing more in soil fertility management and also value chain. And with this, we need to identify mechanisms like from the other institutional, social, financial, and to incentivize the smallholder farmer to keep producing organic rice, and also to incentivize them to the transition to agroecology. Next, please. So it comes to the end of my presentation. Just to emphasize that after the end of the year, we normally create the field day event so the farmer can participate to see, and the farmer who adopt cover crop can share their experience to the farmer who participate, and to see the soil improvement and yield improve of their farm. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Simon, for your presentation. We will have 5 minutes for some question and answer. I let the floor to Erika to manage this slot.
Yes, sure. Thanks. Yeah, I think we have a question from to Dr. Lan Nguyen on what is the current strategy to scale out agroforestry in the northwest Vietnam. And thanks, Dr. Nguyen, for already answering in the Q&A. Would you like to just briefly respond to this to the audience? Thank you.
Yes, I that I only very brief, but I would like to explain a bit about the strategy. So, you know, when we do the research, it's a very hard part. That is what is our good result can use use in the policy. So the strategy in our project is we try to mainstream what we have found in the province development program. So capacity building is very important in this part, and with support from government, local government, with our partner in different province, we have mainstreaming in our finding in 6 resolution, 12 decision, and 2 implementation plan. So we can understand that is from project side, that is bottom up, something like we try to make the people uptake what we found, right? So more important to develop, that means we need the top-down process, something like policy forces. Yeah. So in 20 July 2020, we have very good news that Prime Minister of Vietnam already issued decision number 1055. That means they support on national plan to adapt to climate change during period 2021-2030 with a vision to 2050. So in which one line very clear, they define that supporting the application of agroforestry solution for the development of fruit tree in order to improve livelihoods and adapt to the climate change for the people in northwest region of Vietnam. So something like we have to work in both sides, top, bottom up and top down. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And another question is addressed to Sray Mom. What are the remaining constraints for the farmers to adopt using the cover crops, knowing just 1 year they could double the yield?
Thank you, Erika. And sorry. And
go ahead. Thank you.
And thanks, Dr. Radha, for the question. Yeah. There are still some remaining constraints to the farmer. The first one is the money that they pay for the cover crop seed. So knowing that growing cover crop or using cover crop can increase their yield just 1 year after using, but some farmer may be how to say, not willing to pay for the seed or cover crop to grow in their field. So and another thing is in order to grow cover crop efficiently, farmers need to have the fence around their fields. If they don't have the fence, maybe the cattle or the cow will eat the cover crop when the cover crop is still young. So that is still problems. And regarding this, I think what we have done and we should continue doing is to co-share with the farmer about the cost of the seed, cover crop seed, and also to make the fence to protect their cover crop during the dry season. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I think, Melanie, do we have time for another question or we?
For a last and short question, we still have one minute.
Okay, sure. So there's a question for Hoa about like what are the priority strategies to support the agroecology transition of the cropping system in Laos? Thank you.
Sorry, could you repeat?
Yes, what are the priority strategies to support the agroecology transition of the cropping system in Laos?
I'm sorry, I did not understand your.
Sorry.
What is the strategy or?
The priority. What are the main and more important strategy?
The main and more important strategy. Is it? What is the main and more important strategy to promote agroecology? Is it the question?
Yes.
Well, I think that I mentioned many actions to implement within a global strategy. So it's about, like I say, it's about favoring farmers to access to key inputs, but also to engage the world community and again to share a common vision of agroecology at national level and of course at provincial level, but at national level. So. Well, there are many. I would say that there are many actions that I have described in the end of my presentation. So it's about technical and it's about institutional and organizational. So, but how to prioritize these actions? Well, that's what we are doing currently within ASEAN project. And this is what we are doing with all the stakeholders and following, the theory of change. So far, yes, that's what I can say. But it's a global strategy that I cannot say that we can focus on just one point to say that the main point would ease. To ease the deployment of the strategy. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Radha, for this consistent reply. So we can move for the last part of the session regarding the involvement of stakeholders into a diversification and the quality management. So for this part, we will have two presentations. The first done by Rajiv Prada from Swiss Contact, and the second from Pham Nguyen Nhep from Vietnam, from Castrad in Vietnam. So Rajiv, you can turn on your camera. I will give you the floor. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Melanie. So while the presentation is coming up, I'd like to thank everyone for having us present. And also, it's nicely placed after the current session on Hua's presentation, someone's work primarily, and I hope some of the questions also asked there on cover crop and prioritizing some actions may be somehow answered with what I'm going to present. So I would like to present METCA score, which in Khmer means, and is from Cambodia, means farmer's friend, primarily just to make the product. And we call it a product, and it's for the government of Cambodia, primarily under the Ministry of Agriculture. It's the Department of Extension, along with the Department of Land Resource Management and the Department of Agriculture Engineering. I know Mr. Ning Kosalia, the director of the Department of Engineering, attending here. If there are any questions, you can also answer some of them. But this is an exciting extension model that we're coming up with, and we call it opening the market. I'll explain in a bit. So if you move on to the next slide. So this is really the initiative of the government, supported by different actors, and I'll show you in a bit. So can you move on to the next slide? That what the presentation then would contain the background in agriculture. I think this is okay. Some of the slides I have, and this is slightly the old one, but it contains the background and history, the introduction and aspiration of the model of METCA score, the steps and the technologies, which is actually the model. I don't have the testimonials here, and some of the results to date and key takeaway. So if you move on to the next slide, I would just open, and these are, I think, for the audience that's here, you're quite familiar. If you go to the next slide, where you have the old version, so somehow I should have checked on that. Sorry, but can you go on to the next slide? So there's challenge in agriculture, and there's nothing new, I think, to the audience here that, and I guess why we're here, looking at the climate change, on the dependence on rainfall and minimal crop diversification. And we heard that enough today. Looking at the land degradation, again, 42%, and particularly in Cambodia, is under strong degradation. And also I think it was UNFCCC, did the report of saying Cambodia is losing around 677 million. I think it's around 1% of the GDP that Cambodia is losing. So that is, or some percent of the GDP. So this is quite a serious issue. So, and the whole idea is then we're looking at, there is a need for sustainable intensification. And moving on to the next slide, essentially to look at efficiency, substitution, and redesign. Can you move on to the next slide, please? And we've heard enough, the conservation agriculture, giving the solution to this, looking at the minimum soil or no soil tillage, looking at the permanent soil cover, you heard of cover crop, and then really looking at the species diversity, or getting the diversification of the crops. So essentially, METCA score in a way would also focus on these three main principles of conservation agriculture. Now moving to, and that's the whole idea of the METCA score, but moving into why we came into METCA score, or the opening the market extension model, if you could move to the next slide, which is, we're looking at the historical transition from research to development in Cambodia. If you look at 2004, this was when CIRAD, particularly working with the Department of Land Resource Management, worked on what we call the Bokno Station now, Bokno Research Station. I think Dr. Sengwang is also presenting another session on the detail of the strategic plan of the Bokno Research Station. That's when the whole scientific research on conservation agriculture in Cambodia was done. Essentially, since war in 13, that started moving into the service provision, primarily with an institution under the Department of Land Resource Management that was named under Conservation Agriculture Service Center. Started offering the services, even if it's a government entity. The private sector started entering around 2018, primarily looking at with the first importations of no-till machines, second-hand no-till machines from Brazil. Since now, update the 3 consignments that have come in, over 17 machines have been imported. And I'll show you later technologies like land planers, other stuff that have come up and that's actually being commercialized. And now, probably you've heard it, those that were there yesterday, you might have heard from Dr. Excellency Dr. Sarut. Policy dialogue and extension is starting to happen in Cambodia. You'll hear in the next session from Excellency Askin about how this whole policy dialogue institution called the, it's also called the Cambodian Conservation Agriculture and Sustainable Intensification Consortium, was formed as a stakeholder coordination to enhance policy dialogue in Cambodia on conservation agriculture. So this is a nice transition to where we are within that. So within that, there were different projects. Can you go to the next slide? I'll not go into the detail, but just to show that it takes time. Can you go to the next slide, please? It just takes time to start from where we started till where we are. So you can see a plethora of projects supported by AFD, USAID, the Swiss Development Organization, EU, just to show that it needs the development support. However, anchored in needs to be the government with the private sector. That is where, I mean, this whole hard work done from 2004 is now resulting in showing that extension is absolutely essential. We need to look at extension slightly in a different mode. If you go into the next slide, and that is why we've come up with this concept called the METCA score as the opening the market extension model, primarily looking at opening the market for private sector investments. This is a government resource as the Department of Extension has taken this up. A steering committee is being formed as we speak, and the piloting is being done as we speak. But essentially, this is a partnership between the government and the private sector. In detail, the partners that are, next slide, please. The partners of the METCA model is primarily owned by the Department, Ministry of Agriculture with the Department of Extension. Can you move to the next slide, please? With the second logo with the Department of Extension and then the Royal University of Agriculture. So essentially, the three units within the government are leading the METCA score product, if you will. I call it the product because it is kind of a product with all the different plethora of actors, and primarily CIRAD, Kansas State University, the CESAN project, and Swiss Context ISA project, primarily supporting the METCA score project initiative with the other private sector and the donors there. So just want to say that it is a multi-stakeholder that's supporting the government initiative of the extension model. If you go to the next slide, the unique features of this model are essentially it's again, I mentioned, I'm repeating. Can you go to the next slide, please? Public sector, private sector, they are crucial to this. Can you go to the next slide, please? Okay, it's not moving for me. Is it moving for you, Melanie? I don't see the slide. Yeah, okay, good, thanks. So essentially looking at the public sector, because extension is in the hand of the, no, one slide up, please. Extension is in the hand of the public sector. One slide up, please. Yep, can you hold on there? And, but then the private sector, what the understanding is the private sector are essentially, they would not really invest in just the public knowledge of the extension, but more on product marketing. I mean, that's even my personal experience over many years. Hence, what we're looking at is, can we get the public sector to open the market, if you will, with pluralistic essential knowledge? The private sector stepping in to market the product based on the awareness that is built in by the public sector. And then coming with early adopters. So instead of calling the lead farmers, and this is what brilliantly, I think Florence Sirad have done brilliantly to show that it is not the lead farmers, that you pay the lead farmers to do the demo, rather is the early adopter, and this also early adopter who actually pay for the demonstration services rather than take it for free. So there's ownership. I can go in detail, maybe later, anyone interested, we can go in detail. Early adopters taking it up and paving the way with the government extension system built into the METCA score model. So we feel these are the unique features of the model. If you go to the next slide, and the business model, or the model, I mean, we call it, if you want to see how it works, next slide, please, is there are three departments, as I mentioned. Okay, slides are moving slow, sorry. Yep. So the three departments, Department of Agriculture Engineering, really taking care of the engineering aspects of it, all the machinery. Department of Land Resource Management, looking at more the scientific part of science out of the conservation agriculture, agroecology, and Department of Extension, the third one, looking after the extension. That's the mandate as well. But they are more at the national level, and at the provincial level, really going with the provincial Department of Agriculture. PDAF is Department of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries. That's the official name. The beauty of this, again, is working actually not directly. So it's not project-based. This is based on a model. Projects would support it, but it's in the hands of the PDAF. So this is a national initiative, which then PDAF works with the private sector and with the smallholder farmer, with the early adopters. So that's the model where the demonstration, or I would say even the demonstration, I would say the PDAF is leading with the private sector, with the early adopters, and showcasing it to the smallholder farmer. In that sense, even the scale, once the pilot is successful, the scale is easy because within the PDAF, the system is built in rather than being built based on a project basis. And when the project ends, the whole thing collapses. And that we're trying to move away from that. We'll see. It's a pilot. We think it'll work.
Recording stopped.
And
recording in progress.
Can you move to the next slide? And I'll take a few minutes. Melanie, I think I'm still on time. I have 2 minutes, should be able to finish it. So we'll have 2 pilots, one on Battambang and one Priavia. Priavia, you heard a little bit from Sremom also, the Wat Phokam project. There's a few others. And Battambang, these are the 2 provinces that the pilots will be done. If you go to the next slide. Next slide, please. Okay, I had 4, while the slide is coming up, I have 4 aspirations that we're looking at Metcascore. Primarily, we're looking at this integrated into the existing extension system, which is happening. A steering committee is being formed and is completely owned by the Department of Extension. We're also looking at this model to be promoted by the climate change and other extension initiatives, maybe projects. So we're all looking at this, integrating this into, for example, the Green Climate Fund project that hopefully will start in Cambodia from 2022. Wat Phokam, AFD supported project. Hopefully that will also, and we've been saying that this model could be used. The ministry or the department is also talking within Wat Phokam on this. So idea is that it can be integrated in other initiatives. Private sector demand to be part of the model, which is already, you see, I've explained this part. And then it can be also studied by the academic institutes. We have the Kansas State University and Royal University of Agriculture interested in studying this model and taking this forward and seeing how it develops. So that's the aspiration right now of the Metcascore model. If you go to the next slide, now quickly, I can go, I think all of us are familiar with the technologies around conservation agriculture. If you go to the next slide, please, which is starting with the land prep on the soil cultivator, looking at land leveling. Can you just press it, please? Looking at land leveling, seed broadcasting, if you go into roller crimper. So these are the different technologies that will be showcased in the Metcascore model. I won't go into detail on this. I guess all of us are familiar with these technologies. If you go to the next slide, maybe not so important, but I would just want to show that in Cambodia, next slide, please, it's maize, cassava, and rice that we want to start with the model, looking at the different steps and the technologies. Slides are, sorry, Melanie, slides are coming slow, so you'll have to give me 1 or 2 minutes. So you will see all the steps, and what we're looking at is the months and the steps, the technologies that will be used. And this is also well demonstrated in the field. We'll show it so that people are clear how the different technologies can be used. So it's essentially looking from a technological angle rather than just from an extension. However, since extension is important, this builds, the extension then will scale up the use of the technology. That's the aim of the whole model. If you go to the last 2 slides I have, and I won't go in detail of this, is the different steps that we have would be, next slide, please. The detail of the slides, we start with, I think we heard about the demand creation. I think Sremom talked about it. I think even Radha talked about it a bit. So this is really about the demand creation. So it's really trying to identify the potential, either cooperatives or other farmers, that would serve as service providers, then creating this demand creation meeting so that there's a match of demand and the supply side, showcasing the different technologies that I showed you, then going to commercial demonstration. So we don't talk about just project demonstration, but actually commercial demonstration, then going into the private sector annual meeting and promotional events. And this primarily is led by the Provincial Department of Agriculture along with the private sector. So this is how we're seeing the different steps. Training materials have been developed, the whole setup. As we speak today, Wat Phokam in Boknor is already starting one of the trainings on this. So these are just the steps. We have all the materials on that. So if you go to the next slide, the results to date, there are 500 farmers around. I mean, this we're taking from 2000, 2001. We don't have all the figures yet. So 12 service providers have come up. We heard about cover crop, 6 seed producers are there. Around 17 tons of cover crop is produced, and primarily from one company called Smart Agro here, which is the commercial company that's starting to sell cover crop seeds. Still a challenge, as you heard from Srimam, but I think there are ways to get around it. Essentially, if you look at the machinery sold, that's what's getting us excited. 25 machinery sold and around 1,000 hectares of land covered. And we're adding more machineries to sell more machineries and increasing the land coverage. So in short, what I want to say is the key takeaway, in next slide, please, is the private sector will invest in product promotion and less on the extension services. I mean, we've seen it everywhere. And the government does have the resources, so government does need to invest in the extension model, which will pave the way for the private sector to promote their product. This will make it's a win-win situation for both, and this can be done in a public-private partnership model, as we illustrate in the Metcasco model. So we hope that we will see successful results from the pilot, and hopefully then we can scale it up. So thank you for your attention. The last slide is the website is still coming up. I mean, it's just right now, just a start. There is a whole IT platform that's built around Metcasco, the data that will be in the hands of the government. Once we start populating by December, we should have the Metcasco platform up, part of it supported by 1 or 2 organizations. So thank you very much, Melanie. I'm over time by 2 minutes, I think, but I hope you'll allow me.
Okay, thank you,
very much,
Rajiv, for this beautiful presentation and interesting one, innovative one, I would say, with this innovative way to engage private sector in the agroecological transition. We will move to the last presentation of the session with Dr. Niep. So, Dr. Niep, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Melanie.
I just remind all the attendees, people, if they have some questions, they can use the Q&A box and the chat to raise their question.
Okay. Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Today, I would like to present the topic avocado value chain intervention to improve the quality in Sơn La, Vietnam. Next, please. As you know, the consumption demand of avocado in Vietnam is increasing, and the avocado is often consumed in the fresh food. So the quality is so important, especially for consumers. But the quality of avocado is impacted by many factors along the value chain, such as technical process, packing, store, transportation. Therefore, we need to find out the solution to improve the quality to meet the consumers' demand. Besides, Sơn La is the largest area of avocado production in the north of Vietnam. That's why we choose Sơn La to run a project, build, manage, and develop certification mark Sơn La avocado. In this project, we supported farmers in value chain analysis, register certification mark, technical process, market development, and building a product identification system. Next, please. Through the value chain analysis, we see that the avocado production area in Sơn La is more than 1,000 hectares, and the production is 4,000 tons per year. But the farmers in Sơn La are the small producers. Many of them don't obey the technical process, and the product is simple, without packing, without logo. So it is very hard to access to high markets. The main markets of Sơn La avocado are the Sơn La and Hà Nội, where the consumer require a high quality. And there are 3 to 5 intermediators in the value chain from Sơn La to the city markets. Next, please. Next, thank you. Sorry, come back. Okay, thank you. We also see that the consumer concern in 4 aspects of quality: nutrition quality, sensory quality, food safety quality, and outside quality. Nutrition quality include protein contents, omega, vitamins, carotene, kales, glucids, and sensory quality. It means fruit shape, color, size. Food safety quality contain pesticide residues, heavy metal residues. And outside quality, it means it is packing, logo, JC ability, poster, and leaflet. And on 4 quality groups, will create the overall quality of avocado. We see that variety, technical process, production organization, store, transportation, and investment in packing, logo, JC ability have been influencing the quality of avocado in Sơn La. Next, please. Therefore, to improve the quality, we did some intervention in the value chain. Firstly, we reorganized the production by establishing the farmer groups to manage the quality better. Secondly, improvement in technical process by creating, disseminating collective technical process to produce, to create the product with a similar quality between farmer households, and building the avocado production areas according to ESCAP to improve the food safety quality. Thirdly, we also intervene in packing and labeling by registering certification mark Sơn La avocado to improve the outside quality, because consumer believe more in the Sơn La avocado quality with the certification mark on the product, so they will be willing to pay more for for Sona avocado. And building JC ability to better the outside quality with the QR stamp on the product. Customer can check product information by their smartphone and internet. We also design and produce a product identification system to improve the outside quality and customers' belief and decrease waste and loss in transportation. Please, next. Lastly, market development is a solution to improve the quality. Better infrastructure and logistics will reduce transport time from Sona to the city markets and engage farmers in markets deeper to manage the quality to consumers and reduce intermediators to increase the price and profit for farmers. We also have a program about promotion and propaganda about Sona avocado to raise awareness and picture of product to the customers. We develop market of Sona avocado to raise the price and profits for producers. And with a higher profit, they will invest more in their production to better the quality. Next, please. Conclusion. To improve the quality of avocado in Sona, we need to intervene simultaneously for aspect of firstly, product number one, production reorganization. Number two, improvement in technical aspect. Number three, improvement in packing and labeling. Number four, market development. But who is in charge of doing interventions? Next, please. Okay, thank you. It is a farmer because they produce avocado. They sell avocado, so they can manage the quality. They can improve the quality. That's why we think farmer can do intervention in the value chain. But meanwhile, the government have policies, projects, program to support farmer in the intervention process to improve the quality, to meet the market demands, to rise the price and profits. For example, our project is funded by the government to support the farmer. Thank you. Thank you for listening. That's all my presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Niep, and thank you also for giving us the opportunity to have some question and answer, because we are on time, in fact. Erika, do we have question for the speakers?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, there's a question that's been I think Rajiv has answered about how do you monitor adoption and changes in practice and related impact on the classical model. Rajiv, do you want to briefly also talk about the answer? Thank you.
Sure. I think I've answered, Pascal. Yeah, thanks for the question. I think as I said, we're embarking, and hopefully by December, the IT platform will be ready. So taking it right from the kind of baseline, if you will, of the farmer, taking the base information, looking at the practices they're doing now, and then seeing their perception and seeing the interest in the overall system change that they'd like to see. So then we can look at the journey of farmers that, also get in the farmers that be interested to see, so that it also helps the private sector and even if the PDAF to see who they need to direct the services. But again, the whole idea is the early adopter. I mean, the theory of differentiation. If you look at the consumer everywhere, you look at the way consumers are targeted. You're looking at the early adopters, which are easy. So with the platform, we would understand which are the more progressive farmers that who are willing to change, and then track them the journey. Are they taking no-till services? Are they taking cover crop services? Because this is not forced by any project or paid by any project, which means they need to pay themselves, and then we just follow the journey. So that will help us to see the adoption of changes in the farmers, and hopefully we will get that data from the IT platform. I also answered that on the soil impact, that IT platform will not get the answers to the soil, the impact on the soil or the carbon sequestration, the SOC of the soil, which then will need to have another system, which in the asset project, through the FM support, the French ministry support, we'll be working on one initiative, which will also help track the content. And I think we have a presentation after this Pierre is doing in the next session on exactly the carbon, the payment to the farmers, the carbon initiative, and that will have the monitoring system, monitoring and the verification system that also will be designed along with in the project. So I think in a way, the Metcasco IT platform sitting alongside with what we call the carbon initiative, we call the DIMEA initiative. So both initiatives will work together to provide the impact, one on the adoption, the other on the soil content in the farmer's land. Thank you, Pascal, for this interesting question.
Thank you. There's another question we would be interesting to know is that how you looking at the scale up of the model and how do you see the model being sustainable?
Thanks, Erica. Maybe I'll take the first one on the sustainability. I mean, the idea is, and that's why we wanted to start working with the Department of Extension, because that's the mandated body within the government system who works with the PDAF. Now, if we build that, and that's why we're hand in hand working with them, getting the ownership of the ministry and the department. The idea would be to make it sustainable. Of course, it's supported by projects right now, but we're also looking at the per farmer cost, which then is built into the PDAF cost, because with Cambodia now moving into the decentralization system within the provincial governor's office, hopefully then we would see that the cost of extension is built into the provincial governor's budget. So that's what we're looking at in the 4 years, trying to show to the provincial governor that investing in agroecology is absolutely important, and the extension cost per farmer is whatever. So that is what we're coming up with, and that's the sustainability we're looking at. The scale up we're looking at is once that's done, then it's easy. Then the Department of Extension is already looking at bringing more PDAFs. We talked of 2 PDAFs. The Department of Extension is already talking of bringing at least 8 PDAFs in the initial sense to kind of explain to them what's happening. And hopefully then once the Department of Extension takes this on with all the training materials that have been prepared, with the systems that have been prepared, it's easy then for the government to take this on a national level. At least that's our aspiration. Hopefully in the next 4 years, we will be successful with this. Thank you, Erica, for that question.
Thank you. Yes. And we have a question for Nick, yes, which is from Fred. He asked for what is the system in place to monitor food safety? Some of the hazard check, for example, pesticides are not cheap at all, or is it rather the input controlled? The question is in the chat. So,
okay, thank you for the question. In our projects, we have two systems to control the safety. The first system is internal control. Farmer in the group, they themselves control the quality on food, how to use the pesticide or fertilizer, something like this in the group. And second system is outside, third party. For example, now we support the farmer to produce according to ESCAP, and the one certification body to control, to check the technical process, and then they give a certificate. So it mean I mean that now we have two systems to control the safety and the quality avocado in Sơn La. And of course the cost for the ESCAP certificate is not cheap for farmers, but so that's why we established the farmer groups to certificate to reduce the price. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
And Fred, would this do you have any? Is you good with the answer?
No, that's fine. Thanks a lot. It was a nice presentation. I just like to learn for the livestock sector from that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Erika, you are mute.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. Sorry. Yeah, I think we have time for the last question. Another question for Nip is the consumer of this avocado high quality value chain are based in Vietnam cities, or is it also in some overseas countries? And also the avocado is a pretty fragile fruit. So is there a main constraint of the quality in terms of transport and logistic?
Sorry.
Sorry, the first question, maybe I'll go with that, is like, it's the avocado high, is it the consumer of this avocado high quality value chain are based in Vietnamese cities, or it's also in some overseas countries?
Sorry, now you know the avocado in Sơn La, the farmer they sell the product to in the domestic market, almost in the Sơn La and Hanoi. They didn't not yet export to other country, almost in Sơn La and Hanoi. Because avocado production in Sơn La is a short time. I mean that they produce avocado about 5 or 6 years ago. Before they produce very little lost mark. So that's why the production of avocado in Sơn La is about 2,000 tons per year. Not smart for export and for other markets. That's why they focus on the Sơn La and Hanoi. I think is enough for them. Yeah.
Thank you. We just got another question from Pascal about one question. So you mentioned the ESCAP for avocado production. Could you detail the standard, and what about the AF? I guess it's
agroforestry.
Yeah, agroforestry avocado system. Thank you.
Sorry, VGAP, and I don't know. Can you repeat the other certificate?
Could you explain? Could you explain for some details regarding the VGAP for avocado production?
Yeah, you know, in Vietnam, VGAP is Vietnamese standards for agriculture production. Besides many other standards, VGAP VGAP is a process certificate. Not only the product, they control, they monitoring the from output, input, technique, practice, and the outside and environment, water and land and something like that. They check everything during the growing the avocado, and then if they require, they meet own norms in the VGAP. The 30 part certificate body, they give a certificate, VGAP certificate, but in the VGAP certificate there are a lot. I don't really remember exactly, but there are many norms in the VGAP process. I don't remember exactly how many norms in the VGAP, but VGAP is a process certificate, not only product.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, so I thank you. I think yeah, we have come to the end of this part of the session. And so yeah, for the last 10 minutes, Melanie will give us share with us a wrap up, like a summary of the key points we had today. And so I pass the floor to Melanie. Thank you.
Thank you, Erika. So I will make a short wrap up of the session with all these interesting and consistent presentations. So you can move for the first slide. So all the observation widely shared by all the stakeholders that the diversity of agroecosystem in the region are not suitable. You can move for the next slide, please. At the same time, can you move to the next slide? Yeah, so the main takeaway from the session. So all the diversity of agroecosystem in the region are not longer suitable, but in the same time, there is a strong demand from the consumer, but also all the stakeholders for an improvement of the quality of the agricultural products, with a concern about human health, but also pollution and more broadly ecosystem health. The region has experienced very rapid changes with rapid extension and intensification through access to agricultural inputs and services. This has been accompanied by increasing integration into the regional and global economy, the commodification of agriculture, and the in-depthness of the producer. Today, there is a need to accelerate the transition from the conventional agrochemical-based, simplified and specialized farming system to a more diversified, complex and resilient agricultural system, with some focus during this session on agroecological crop protection, but also risk-based management for all the different value chain. Agroecology offers ways to transform agriculture and food system to meet these challenges through an holistic approach. There is a need to develop action research in partnership approaches to co-produce the knowledge with all the stakeholders and to co-design innovation adapted to the local condition of the territory in which they are located. Next, please. So the first recommendation concerns the need to engage all the stakeholders to foster a safe and agroecological transition of the food systems, involving farmers, but local staff also, private sector, service providers and government. This means renewing the ways of interacting between stakeholders, promoting experience sharing, but also co-learning between all the different actors. It's necessary to change the paradigm and to acquire a new way of thinking about change by combining capacity building program adapted to the different stakeholders and adapted communication actions. Agroecology transition strategy must be co-constructed by the diversity of stakeholders by collectively designing a diversity of agroecological innovation from the plot, but to the farm and also more broadly to the landscape scales. Finally, to strengthen the adoption of this innovation by stakeholders and the change of skills, it's necessary to promote farmers' access to a diversity of seeds, plant, animal species, to specific and adapted equipment, services, and or inputs. Next slide, please. Yes, what are the opportunities for increasing multilateral and multi-stakeholders collaboration for scaling up agroecology innovation? It seems necessary to define collectively and in a participatory manner innovative agroecological system following an adaptive research approach at territorial level involving all the stakeholders. It's also essential to support the scaling up of existing ecological initiatives in the region by removing barriers to adoption. The promotion of agroecology requires to revise the revision of capacity building and extension programs, both in academic knowledge but also vocational training. Agroecology relies on locally adapted solutions and on the interaction between actors. Its development implies a mastery of holistic, systemic, and participatory approaches, in addition to the specific and technical knowledge. In parallel, it's necessary to attract the interest of the private sector in the new markets that are opened up with agroecology in order to promote virtuous agroecological system. The public-private partnership models, such as the example of Mekasipo in Cambodia, can help to build the condition of agroecological transition by expanding the extension services to support this transition. And finally, it's necessary to explore institutional and financial mechanisms to support stakeholders to adopt agroecological practices and develop new agroecological-based value chain to make sure to secure those who will take risk in investing for change. Thank you very much. It's the end of the wrap-up. I just would like, at the end of these sessions, to thank all the participants for their contribution, all the speakers for their contribution and recommendation to support agroecological and safe food transition. And I would like also to remind you that in the afternoon we have 2 sessions. And so to participate to those 2 sessions, you need to follow the specific link for these 2 sessions. We will have one session, the session 2A on climate actions, monitoring and financing, and the session 2B on policy dialogue and processes for scaling up agroecological and safe food system innovations. At the end of this session 2B at 4 p.m., we will have the global wrap-up of all the sessions. So please follow the link on the guiding notes. We will add all the link. Yeah, you have all the link in the chat box to follow this session in the afternoon. So thank you very much to all of you, and see you hopefully this afternoon at 1 p.m.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Melanie and Erica. Bye-bye. Have a nice lunch.
Thank you. Have a lunch. Good lunch also.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
We will begin in just a few minutes to allow people to enter the room before we get started. For those of you who just joined us, thank you for joining us today. We will begin in just a few minutes to allow people to enter the room before we get started. Welcome everyone. Thank you for joining us today for the virtual workshop Agroecology and Safe Food System Transitions for Green, Resilient and Inclusive Recovery in the ASEAN region. My name is Noel and I will be your technical facilitator today. For assistance, please use the chat function to message anyone with the title Technical Facilitator in their name. Before we get started, I have a few technical notes to explain. If you would like to contribute a perspective, idea or thought, please use the chat function. And please note that this session will be recorded for documentation purposes. Khmer, Lao, and Vietnamese language simultaneous interpretation is available during this session. The feature has already been activated and is available by clicking the interpretation button at the bottom of your Zoom screen, where you can also select what language you'd like to hear. For those of you just joining us, welcome and thank you for attending the report launch today. I will now pass the floor to Mr. Pierre Ferran. Pierre, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Noel. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the session 2B about policy dialogue and processes for scaling up agroecological and safe food system innovations. So we have a well-packed session ahead of us with some very interesting intervention from field to regional level. And before we start, just to give you a little introduction. So the objective of our session today is threefolded. First, to share the viewpoint from different categories of stakeholders who can facilitate and enhance scaling up and implementation of policies. Then to present existing mechanisms to support implementation and operationalization of national and regional policies. And last but not least, to identify way forward to upscale agroecological transition and food system innovations. So this afternoon is organized around 5 parts. First, to set the scene, we will hear some short opening statement from a diversity of stakeholders. Then we will have 3 parts focusing from field to national and then regional level policy intervention. And finally, we'll have an open discussion with all the presenters in order to formulate actionable recommendations. So before diving into the first part of our afternoon, I would like to briefly introduce the 3 other moderators who have been working with me to prepare this session. I will kindly ask them also to turn on their camera so that we can see them. First, we have Dr. Patrick Daquino, who is a senior researcher at the French Research Institute, CIRAD. He's based in Laos. We have also Dr. Tateva Sapantang, who is the Deputy Director of the Department of Agricultural Land Management from the Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry of Lao PDR, also sitting in Vientiane. And you had those who were with us yesterday have already the opportunity to hear from him. And finally, we have Ms. Sri Kusumawardani, apologies for my pronunciation, who you can also call Ms. Daniek. She's a senior officer of the Food, Agriculture and Forestry Division at the ASEAN Secretariat, and she sits in Jakarta. So to start the afternoon, I would like to kindly invite Dr. Dao Tean, Ms. Marlene Ramirez, Mr. Reginald Lee, and Dr. La Nguyen to open their camera, since they will take the floor shortly. Each of them will deliver a short statement on how they see their role in the policy dialogue and what are the main challenges they are facing. So I will ask first Dr. Dao Tean to take the floor. He is the Vice President of the Vietnam Academy of Agricultural Science. Dr. Tean, you have the floor, and please stay within 4 minutes. Over to you.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you, Pierre, for inviting me as a panelist. So I'm from researcher from Vietnam, and in Vietnam we work with the farmer on scaling up of agroecology practices. And this year I also, but the problem is that we lack of policy for general policy for agroecology. So this year Vietnam participate actively in the food system dialogue summit, and I'm one of national convener, and after that, after the summit in September, now we are continuing to work on the building of national action plan for food system transformation to sustainability, transparency, and inclusiveness. So this is the objective. So we also working in some project, and then I am a member of ASEAN project in Vietnam. So we like to bring the evidence from the field to policy dialogue in order to give the evidence to policy maker, because a lot of policy makers, they don't believe, they don't know what it is agroecology. So the role of research is to bring the policy maker. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your introductory remark. I will now call Ms. Marlene Ramirez to take the floor. She is Secretary General of the Asian Partnership for the Development of Human Resources in Rural Areas, ASEAN in short. Ms. Ramirez, you have the floor, and similarly, you have 4 minutes.
Thank you to the organizers, to you, Pierre, to CIRED and ESCAP for the opportunity to share views on policy dialogue and processes for scaling up agroecology and safe food systems innovations. ASEAN is a regional network of rural development organizations dedicated to the empowerment of rural people's organization. The desire to unleash human resource potentials is our common bond. Through our members and their strong link with grassroots organization, our work in the region is richly substantiated and anchored. As an agri-agency member of the Agroecological Alliance, we also nurture direct relationship with farmers, fishers organizations. We have been implementing the Farmers Fighting Poverty programming for almost a decade now, which allows us the opportunity to provide financing and advisory services to farmers' organizations. This strong presence on the ground gives ASEAN the confidence to engage policymakers at the regional and global levels. We draw our strength from the concrete experiences of FO partners who are also capacitated on constructive engagement processes in aid of their policy and programming advocacy at the local and national levels. Hence, to the question of how we see our role in policy advocacy, it revolves around the following. First, and central of all, is ASEAN invest in the organizing and development of rural people's organization for them to confidently take frontline roles in engaging policymakers and processes. This in support of the mantra of farmers groups that in policymaking, it must be nothing about us without us. So we take our cue on their aspiration and demands and support their empowerment process organizationally and in particular their economic undertaking. Secondly, ASEAN sees the value of institutionalized partnerships which allow us to effectively contribute and influence policy making by catalyzing spaces and mechanisms for broader CSO engagement and partnerships that are for the long haul, developing mutual relationships and tracking policy implementation at the national level through national partners. It is not always easy, but we have to find ways, alternative or mainstream, to ensure that good instrument policies are animated to concrete programs with meaningful participation of core stakeholders. Otherwise, these policies, instead of benefiting those in need, end up especially the marginalized, could serve to undermine their advocacies and leave them even farther behind. So effective policy should be aided by hard data or evidences and documented experiences. There are solid experiences, stories at local level on the practice of agroecology, but these are not well documented for learning and sharing and as input to policy making. Local associations are also generally not well capacitated, nor have the resources needed for this important task. Agroecology is a rallying call in its strictest form, as we have heard from our first speaker, is relatively new in the region. Thus, we will need time for socialization through though the many elements of the principles are being espoused and integrated in the work on ground by small-scale men and women farmers. ASEAN will take more focused steps on agroecology as we work with Agricord in implementing the advocacy component of a new program, the Farmers Organization led research innovation on agroecology under the EU DESIRA, making use of digital innovations to capture grassroots initiatives on various sustainable farming practices and invest in capacity development on knowledge management and policy engagement along AE in ASEAN, connecting with ongoing programs of other organizations, all of which have to find traction at the national and local levels to be relevant. Finally, the call to drumbeat agroecology as an important agenda for a sustainable food system cannot be ignored nor left as an aspiration. So we have to zero in on priority policies and programming action, with farmers' organizations taking lead roles and following territorial approaches that actually bring in local authorities and local players. We have to proactively promote and apply agroecology in our work, not in the near future, but now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marlene, for your opening remark and for emphasizing the role of farmer organization. I will now call Mr. Reginald Lee to take the floor. He is Director of Program at Grow Asia. Mr. Lee, you have the floor and 4 minutes. Over to you.
Thank you, Pierre, for the opportunity to share, and greetings to our esteemed guests. So Grow Asia is a multi-stakeholder platform that builds regional and country partnerships to broker market-driven solutions for more inclusive, resilient, and sustainable food systems in Southeast Asia. Now, the recent UN Food Systems Summit underscored the need for transformational change in global agri-food systems to address the climate emergency and the growing environmental, socioeconomic, and health challenges these systems generate. So this workshop is really timely as agroecology is increasingly prominent in the discourse on the future of agriculture and food systems. At the same time, and I'm now speaking as a multi-stakeholder platform from the perspective of the various actors involved in the system, we need the involvement of the private sector, for example, for practices to truly scale. And the good news is that the private sector already understands this. Take, for example, Nestle. Nestle has announced a commitment that they will work with its food system partners, including the company's network of more than 500,000 farmers and 150,000 suppliers, to advance regenerative farming practices at the heart of the food systems. They need to do this because Nestle's total greenhouse gas emissions, for example, with dairy and livestock, make up half of their carbon footprint. And so as a company, they think about the alternative costs of future regulation or public criticism outweigh the cost of undertaking the steps today. So from a policy making standpoint, I think it's very important that we find the common ground between private sector interests and our development sector objectives. You know, other companies need to be guided on this similar journey of how to be part of the solution. So it's about thinking, creating incentives and an enabling environment for the private sector to invest in, engage in, and deliver the technology, services, and knowledge that enable agroecological farming by smallholder farmers. So what are some of the barriers that we have seen for private sector to take up some of these practices? I think one is the time horizon. It takes time to reap the benefits from adopting agroecological practices versus the shorter term business priorities of farmers and agribusinesses and the immediate needs of farmers for food and income, right? Other things include no existing certification system for agroecologically produced goods, and thus this limits the price premium potential of agri-eco products. Some aspects of agroecology reduce the farm labor in the long term, but as a whole, agroecological practices are often more labor intensive than mechanized agriculture. Some of the other things I've noticed is the farming systems require agroecological sound knowledge of how to manage these strong knowledge systems and how to make that accessible to farmers. So this is a very different way of a company just coming in to provide goods and inputs, right? Often with very limited services. So you need to think about how we can help them, these companies, think about a better business model. I don't think I have time to go through a lot more examples, but finally, I think it's from a policy perspective. What's also interesting is to think about the existing policies that your environment. Some of what we can say is the existing policies and subsidies promote development pathways other than agroecology. So, for example, chemical inputs sometimes are often more heavily subsidized, right? But no such subsidies exist for organic input. So just some opening food for thought, and I look forward to discussing more with everyone this afternoon. Thank you, Pierre.
Thank you very much, Reginald, for your opening remark and for bringing up the point of view of the private sector and multi-stakeholder platform. I will now call Dr. La Nguyen. So he is an agronomist at ECRAFT, specialist on soil science and modeling, and the project leader of the AFLI project, which we will learn more later on. Dr. Nguyen, you have the floor and you have 4 minutes.
Vâng, xin cảm ơn.
Thank you very much. So I'm a researcher and I am the director of the AFLI, or Combined Agro and Forestry, provided financially by Australian government and FTA. And our project works directly with farmers in northwest part of Vietnam. And so far, we have finished 2 phases, which have lasted for 10 years now. We started working with farmers, and when farmers started to change their way of farming in slopes and started to use the plants, then their livelihoods became more sustained. And they also see more productivity, higher productivity in their farm produces. And it required us to have better coordination and linkages among different groups of farmers. And so you can imagine how many limits or constraints when farmers changed from small site or small scale production to a bigger scale. So that's required very good intervention by the government. And I think in the second part, my presentation will touch more in details about the way we have done in the project. And from that field exercise, we will make our own contribution and recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nguyen, for this opening remark and also for giving us envy to learn more about the project. We'll hear back from you very, very shortly. So to continue this scene setting, I would like now to kindly request Dr. Patrick Daquino to introduce the bottom-up and evidence-based policy dialogue as it is envisioned in the ASEAN project. So Patrick, you have the floor and you have 10 minutes to present the approach.
Thank you, Pierre. So Pierre Ferrand and I, we facilitate the policy component, the policy dialogue component of ASEAN project. And I will rapidly present the approach we are implementing in the ASEAN project in order to capture concrete experience on policy support to agroecology and safe food system. I insist about concrete experience because this is our focus. So next slide, please. So our concrete experience means we want to start from on-site effect. This is our focus. So we're starting by selecting and documenting what we call success and learning story, or learning story, because we can have some failure. We can learn from failure as well as from success in policy support. So first remark, when we call about policy support is, I said we think about any institutional mechanism that some public policy authority can set up. That means, of course, national. No, please. That means, of course, national policy, but also provincial mechanism or even district mechanism. Also institutional mechanisms that could support policy that could implement and support agroecological transition and safe food system. And when we talk about success and learning story or success and learning story, that means we are focused on something already implemented, already applied, and effectively applied, and that shows some tangible on-site effect we can share, analyze, and learn from. Next, please. Next slide, please. So, as you see, this is quite an experimental approach. It's not the usual way to set policy dialogue. We are in a research project and we try to improve or to complementary implement some way to enrich the policy dialogue. So it's an experimental approach with some different steps. So the first one, as I said, is to let our national partner identify the best story they can collect in the field on policy, on institutional mechanism support in each involved country, then documenting them, in a summarizing form, because we would like to discuss, to share, to analyze this success with decision makers. We cannot set one document, one hard document for each story. So the objective is to find a way to capture the crucial effect and the crucial mechanisms, and in a way we can share and analyze at the local level with the decision maker, but also at the national level and even at the regional level. So just to focus on the kind of information we would like to collect. Next, please. So just an example is just to show you in which way, what are our framework when we try to collect documentation. So, of course, for each, this is only an example. Huh? So we, of course, detail the mechanism and its objectives, the mechanism description. Next, please. But also what happens during the implementation. We can have policy can be implemented for 10 years, and we especially at the provincial level, and we can have some adjustment, some modification. It could be interesting to share as an experience. Of course, detail and precise, clearly the concrete people, the concrete institution who are in charge of implementing the target beneficiary, or the required condition before implementation. Because we talk about policy, about institutional mechanism, we cannot think like action, research, usual activity. Next, please. And maybe the most important for us is not only to document the experience, but to think how we can do the same or adapt the same experience in other parts of the country or in other country. So how to concretely achieve the same kind of effect at the country levels, I mean, scaling up. In another part of the country, we can say scaling out. And even in another country, because we are in a regional project, we can share and analyze these different experiences, the different, I can say, field experiences of policy support with the involved countries. Next, please. So this is what we call an experimental approach, because it's not a usual way, and focus on-site effect. So with different steps, identifying and documenting the stories of learning stories, it could be failed stories. Then share, discuss, and analyze the story at the local, at the national, in the involved country, and at the regional levels. And we have a strong link with the LICA initiative, and maybe we can share and discuss these experiences also through the LICA initiative. That means not only with the involved country in the asset project, but maybe with more countries. And use this analyze, maybe it's very ambitious, maybe we can use this share analyze to identify what we could implement as a policy mechanism into the local site of assets, what we call flagship. Of course, not we can implement, but our national partner and our policy partner at the provincial level. Maybe from the analysis, we can help them to start a first implementation of institutional mechanism during the project. But of course, it's easier and more easy to think we can achieve to use this analysis to integrate the best information, the best knowledge into advocacy approaches. I mean, advocacy approaches by our national policy partner. They can discuss with our other ministry and at the regional level, and also advocacy approaches by multi-stakeholder groups. ASEAN, for example, is a network who is in charge of many advocacy objectives in ASEAN, but also other multi-stakeholder groups, as Estelle has already presented the first day. So from the field, analyzing and trying to use this analysis for discussion, for policy brief, for advocacy approaches, and maybe even for implementation in the field during the project. Next, please. So I think I already highlight the takeaway. So first, we are in an experimental approach because we are a research project, and we try to use this research side to improve the methodology already used in policy dialogue. This is led by our national partner, where we, Pierre Ferrand and I, are not in charge to identify, select, document, analyze the policies, the success stories, please, but to help and our national partner in the 4 countries we work with to implement and to implement this analysis, this documentation analysis. Again, policy in our idea is any institutional mechanism that can support efficiency, agroecology, and safe food system at the 3 level. It could be a fund, a provincial fund, extension program, a services center, private-public partnership set by some public authority. So very different kind of institutional mechanisms that can support our objective, collecting on site these stories and facilitating and analyzing and maybe using this experience by the multi-stakeholder group from the local flagship to the national level and then to regional level. Thank you. I think it's finished.
Thank you very much, Patrick, for your presentation and for providing this rather brief introduction of the approach that we are following in the framework of the ASET project. So as you have heard, there will be plenty of room for collaboration, knowledge and experience exchange, and more importantly, experimentation. We really want to go from the grassroots level all the way to the regional level, building upon concrete experience. So now to finish this introduction part, we would like to show a short animated video produced by FAO on the basis of a case study that was carried out by CIRCA in Indonesia about the public policy cycle. It is not focused specifically on agroecology, but more on family farming. And you will see actually instead of focusing on crop farmers, it's on a salt farmer, so which is a bit different than usual. And we considered that this could highlight the approach that should be followed to have a well-grounded policies addressing challenges faced by farmers. So I will kindly request the tech team to play the video.
The public policy cycle. Public policies are essential for family farmers to lead the transformation towards sustainable food systems. The public policy cycle model is a useful tool to analyze complex public policy processes. It can help actors to better engage in policy-making processes for family farming. In this example, the public policy cycle model is applied to the development of an Indonesian law on the protection and empowerment of fisher people, fish raisers, and salt farmers. The need to protect the rights of farmers and fisherfolk entered into Indonesian national debate at the National Conference on Agrarian Reform and Farmers' Rights in 2001. Thanks to an earlier successful mobilization of civil society around the Law No. 19 in 2013 concerning the protection and empowerment of farmers in 2016, the National Committee of Family Farming called for specific measures targeting fisher people, fish raisers and salt farmers. These efforts were successful. The Ministry of Maritime Affairs and Fisheries agreed that the challenges facing fisherfolk have to be recognised by government. This is called agenda setting. To formulate a policy for coastal areas and small islands, the government collected information and assessed the challenges of fishers and salt farmers. This process involved consultations between the People's Representative Council, the government, private sector, civil society organisations including the fisherfolk. One of the important discussions focused on how fisherfolk should be defined by the law. 3 essential articles of the legislative text were developed to specify the criteria and characteristics of the policy beneficiaries, the fisherfolk. The law also specified different instruments to support them. This debate on the different options to address a public problem is the formulation phase. Following a series of public hearings, the People's Representative Council introduced the draft law to the Indonesian House of Representatives, which deliberated and adopted the law in 2016. In the implementation phase, different administrative levels of government are involved at national, provincial and district levels. At the national level, the policy is implemented by the Ministry of Maritime Affairs and Fisheries under a dedicated regulation. The Ministry established instruments to reach fisherfolk, including the Trusted Independent Fisherman Insurance Programme and other loans to provide funding for the development and diversification of fishing businesses. At the provincial level, the West Java Provincial Government issued a local regulation that provided a fisherman's insurance card to guarantee the protection of fisherfolk from health-related risks and accidents that occur at sea. The cycle is completed with the monitoring and evaluation phase to assess the effects of the policy, whether it achieves its objectives, and how it could be improved. For example, are there opportunities to increase the policy's coherence with other programs? The policy process for the support of the fisherfolk in Indonesia takes into account and interacts with other policies and governmental regulations, for example with the Presidential National Development Plan. All those policies together, in the end, will have a joint impact on the lives of fisherfolk. The learning framework on policy cycles for family farming can help to build an enabling environment to reach the objectives of the United Nations Decade of Family Farming through contextualized and well-targeted policies contributing to the Agenda 2030 and to sustainable food systems.
Thank you. So as you can see, it was not focused directly on agroecology, but I think this video is quite interesting to highlight how all the stakeholders have to come together. I mean, the importance also of collecting grassroots level information and having this monitoring system and engagement with all the different other policies. So now I will, that concludes this first introduction part, and I will hand over the moderation to my colleague, Patrick. Patrick, yes. The floor is yours, and let's begin with part 1 of our session.
Okay.
Over to you.
Thank you, Pierre. So as I think we insist a lot about the field, the concrete experiences and the effect on the field. So this is why we start our afternoon with a field level of policy dialogue and policy experiment. And I am very pleased to ask Dr. Lan Nguyen to open the session, because he has a very perfect example of how we can link research output and policy support.
Xin cảm ơn ông.
Thank you.
My slide, please.
So could you please share my slide?
Tôi xin chia sẻ những công việc và một số cái công việc liên quan đến việc scaling up.
Và tôi có thể nói rằng là cái mà tôi có thể nghe được đó là sorry, I'm speaking into kính thưa quý vị, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to start my presentation.
Xin mời slide tiếp theo.
Next slide, please.
Cái dự án mà nông lâm kết hợp thực hiện ở Tây Bắc Việt Nam thì do ASEAN và CGIAR tài trợ.
Projects that we are implementing, we have 8 partners in Vietnam, and we have 3 DART in Điện Biên, Sơn La, and Yên Bái. We also have the Institutes of Agriculture and Forestry and the 2 universities to participate into this project together with us. The importance of the 3 DARTs, I mean, Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, in this project, in collecting the seeds of this project implemented in the northwest area of Vietnam. Next slide, please. I would like to introduce about this project, what we call AFLI-2. Why we call it AFLI-2? Because from year 2011 to 2016, we have a project called Agroforestry for Livelihoods of Smallholder Farmers in Northwest Vietnam, which ended in 2016. And then from 2017 until now, we started the next phase of the project where we have added one more part, that is the developing and promoting market-based agroforestry and forest rehabilitation options for Northwestern Vietnam. So these 2 projects focus on the livelihoods of the people, of the local residents, and managing their agroforestry activities here. Here you can see the image of the areas. Later on, I will introduce to you the changes to the landscape of the area in the later years. This project we implemented in 3 provinces, Sơn La, Điện Biên, and Yên Bái, on 8 districts of these 3 provinces. Next slide, please. This is the framework of the project. We started from the experiment or the pilot using the participating farming. And then we developed into bigger scale research models. And then we developed into a landscape models. And then we continue to develop to other areas within the project. You can see that the scaling out of the projects in the chart, the horizontal part, the scaling up is related to how can we identify policies that can support the scaling up. Later on, I would explain on this. First, to solve the urgent issues, then first we have to help the farmers to sell their products so that the project can be more sustainable. So we have several different activities to build the capacity for farmers, as well as the grassroots level staff in Điện Biên, Sơn La, and Yên Bái provinces within the research area of the project. Within our research, we focus on the farmers first. First, they mainly grow maize. In Sơn La, they have only one season, one crop of maize. That is concentrated in, and especially during the 3 months of the raining seasons, the rainfall is really a lot. and it negatively affect the production of maize. Next slide, please. I would like to start with the experiments, the piloting mini project, where we try to find out the positive points and the drawbacks of the system, and we compare with other systems that are existing among the farmers. So in our research, we must have the publications and the results of our research, and we have published the result of our research in international journals and also in the brochure, so that the farmers can see the information. Here you can see that we conduct the experimenting small site like this to demonstrate to the farmers of the cultivation methods that we are trying to experiment. Then the farmers can have the comparisons between our ways of cultivating and their traditional ways, so that we can let the farmers know in reality how it really goes. And then in the process, our research staff can also collect information about the awareness and the understanding and the knowledge of the local farmers towards the methods that we have been experimented. We have 10 experiments like this, and we compare the result of these experiments, and we already publicized the result of these experiments. Next slide, please.
Nông dân khi làm việc với chúng tôi thì
we try to build capacity for the farmers. We teach them how to choose the seed, how to grow the plants and to take care of the plants, and we build capacity for them. We train them so that they can do what they want to do. So the experiments that we have conducted are the examples, like the tangible examples for farmers to see in reality how it really is rolled down in reality, so they can understand and in a further depth of how it really goes, and how can they think about how they can adapt it into onto their farms, and how they, and farmers are very creative. They can these farmer demonstration trials are to serve for smallholder farmers. Next slide, I will introduce the bigger scale. The first image that I showed to you, like with lands with no trees in the forest, now it turned into like something like this on the screen after 1 year in Sơn La province. We discussed with the farmers, with the local staff, to set up the plants, and then we also invite farmers to our training, so that we review their awareness that it's high time to change their cultivation practice. And after we integrate the grass into the farming cultivation areas like this, you can see it look much greener like this. And this is a fruit. These are fruit trees. Then the farmers can harvest fruits. Apart from fruits from these fruit trees, they can also harvest other things like grass for animal husbandry. This is an example in Sơn La province. Next slide, please.
Và cái việc mà nâng cao năng lực cho người nông dân,
capacity building for farmers is critical, because if we want to do research, first of all, the farmers could not share much with us, but then after a while being with us, they still to understand what we are trying to do, and they have their own opinion. And it's very important that we invite them to get to know about other practices. So traditionally, they only grow maize and corn, and they sell only one kind of products. But now they diversify their farming. They can have more diversified agricultural product to sell. So how can we help them to sell these products? So we established cooperatives to sell their products to meet the demand of the markets. However, these farmers have limited educational levels, so it's harder for them to get access to the market. So building capacity for them is very important, so that we can help them to get better access to the market and to promote their products, and also to make changes to their products and their production so that their products can better meet the demand of the and the requirements of the market. So for these cooperatives, we have representatives to visit these cooperatives and discuss with them about practices. The most difficult things for us at the moment is that the farmers, when they work in these agricultural cooperatives is a kind of farm, like the kind of the collective organization for farmers, and the farmers organize and monitor their own cooperatives. So how they monitor and manage these cooperatives are very important. Next slide, please. How can we integrate the result of these research into policies is very challenging for researchers like us. Normally, after any research, we will have results that we publicize and we put it into the recommendations. For this project, we do something more than that. We work with the local partners working directly with us, including the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. So they understand what we are doing. So they understand it very well. So they, on the completion of the projects, they integrate into their policies. So until year 2017, we have successfully integrated like 20 our research result into the development policies in these provinces. We have the main results of our research was integrated into the provincial level policies, and the project staff who work for the provincial authorities, who are the ones who provide advisory opinions for the leadership of the province in making decisions on policies. Please go back to the slide of key takeaways. That's right. From 2017 to 2021, we advise local authorities with 6 solution, 12 decisions, and 2 implementation plans in Sơn La and in 5 provinces. And from in July 2020, the Prime Minister of Vietnam issued the decision number 1055 on the national plan to adapt to climate changes during the period of 2021-2030 with a vision to year 2050. In which it clearly specifies that supporting the application of agroforestry solutions for the development of fruit trees in order to improve livelihood and adapt to climate change for the people in the northwestern region of Vietnam. This decision is very important in supporting the follow-up policies and development policies in the northwestern area of Vietnam. So, and the result of our research has supported effectively for the local authorities. What we want to say is that the integration of research results into policies and is important in scaling up the new practices. So when the government promulgates new policies and one is integrated in the national level, so that it can be scaled up and conducted in many more localities, that would be wonderful. So we can do this in two ways. We can do it bottom up. Once we have the policy, then it will become top down. In the top down method will invite more localities to join in and can benefit from the result of the research. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Nguyen. Don't know if we have some question from the Q&A. I can just add a comment. This is this perfect example of the story we have to share with policy decision maker, and the challenge is to find the best way, the best support to share them, to share this kind of story with policy maker. From now we share between us, but this is a challenge of different form and synthesized document to find a way to share this interesting field experience between the policymaker at the national level and even the other country and the regional level. Thank you very much. So I don't know if we have some question from the Q&A. Pierre, have you checked?
No, we don't have question at the moment, so we can move to part 2.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Nguyen. Very good. So I let the floor to Dr. Tateva. I think you are Dr. Sorry, Tateva is because I know him. Dr. Tateva is Dr. Sapantong officially.
Yeah, Annie, I think like Tateva or Sapantong would be fine for me. I think okay. I mean, moving to our session. I mean, let me invite one of our speaker. I think start from Miss Yu Asaki, Dr. Yu Asikin, I mean, Under Secretary State of Ministry of Agriculture and Fishery. I mean, she been present on the policy and strategy for agriculture and development. Please.
Okay.
Hello.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay. Do you hear me?
Yes, please.
Okay. Yeah, so it is my honor to be as a speaker for this session. Thank you very much for the invitation. Today, I would like to present on the policy and strategy for the agricultural development on behalf of our Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry and Fishery. So I will be presenting two parts of the content. The first will be begin with the policy framework for sustainable agriculture development and end up with the initiative to the policy support for the establishment of CASIC. So let me begin with provide an overview of the policy framework for the sustainable agriculture development. Next slide, please. That the Royal Government of Cambodia has been strongly committing to put effort and implementation for the better economic development at the same time for the sustainable agriculture and support the agricultural ecology and safe food system transition. So number of policy and strategies are significantly selected to reflect on the action plan goals and relevant to the sustainable agriculture development, including conservation agriculture and sustainable intensification and agroecology as well. So in my presentation, I will focus only these 12 policy or strategy and plans. Let me talk about the rectangular strategy number 4. So next slide, please. In this strategy, what are the connection or action plan set that had been set and linked about the CASI and ecology, agriculture, agroecology? So rectangular strategy number 4 announces that the royal government of Cambodia's overarching commitment to first, agriculture development to ensure food security and to transform into an intensive high productivity and commercialized sector. And number 2, environmental sustainability and readiness to respond to climate change to promote efficient and sustainable use of resources by implementing the principle of sustainable consumption and production. What about the National Strategic Development Plan, NSDP? So the 5 years of NSDP put out priority actions for the key priority in rectangular strategy focusing on agriculture development. And it first stated that modern agriculture techniques and technology development is the key to sustainable increase of product quantity, quality, and diversification, while improving nutrition, adapting to climate change, and responding to local, regional, and international market demands. So next slide, please. I think now I move slide number 5. Okay. This is also similar to the NSDP. In Cambodia, Sustainable Development Goal framework as stated in goal number 2. It's related to food security, nutrition, and sustainable agriculture development that also increase productivity and production, have maintained ecosystem and capacity for adaptation to climate change, and progressively improve soil quality. And in goal number 15, mentioned the sustainable use of terrestrial ecosystems, including forestry management, combating land degradation, and halting biodiversity loss. Royal Government of Cambodia has also approved the National Action Plan called NAP for 2018 to 2027, which is the fundamental document for national strategies for combating land degradation in the country. The objective of NAP is to contributing to preventing solving land degradation problems under obligation in United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification, UNCCD, in order to conserve and protect agroecology. One of 4 strategic objectives is the effective and sustainable management of agricultural land. So the National Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan, NBSAP, is one of the initiatives by the Ministry of Environment and is intended to define the current status of biodiversity, the threat leading to its degradation, and strategies and priority action to ensure its conservation and sustainable use within the framework of the socio-economic development of the country. Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry and Fishery also produced the Climate Change Priorities Action Plan for Agriculture, Forestry and Fishery sector, establishes measures to mitigate any negative impacts on agricultural sector, animal production, forestry and fishery caused by climate change, and to restore impacted loss through various adaptation and mitigation approaches. Moreover, next slide please. In this NCD, Royal Government of Cambodia commits to combating climate change and accelerating the transition to climate resilient, low carbon, sustainable mode of development under the principles of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. In addition, National Strategic Plan on Green Growth 2013-2030 was produced by Ministry of Environment and the National Council of Green Growth. It has been prepared to boost Cambodia economic toward a green economy, focusing on efficient use of natural resources, environmental sustainability, green jobs, green technology, and economic reform, placing more consideration into green incentives such as green tax, green finance, more importantly, green credit, green microfinance, and green investment. Next slide, please. It also, the Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry, and Fishery has launched a 5-year strategic plan for implementing 2019 to 2023 in order to modernize farming and agriculture sector, to push the sector to become more competitive and resilient to climate change, and to move from labor-intensive traditional practices. Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry and Fishery also produced final draft on agriculture sector master plan 2030 that will help improve farmers' livelihood and food security for Cambodia, as the master plan look not only at boosting agricultural production, but to enhance agricultural commercialization, processing, and inclusive value chains for export. ASMP 2030 is set to achieve at least 3% rise in the total value added in the sector annually, while bringing annual agricultural labor productivity increase.
Mr. Kisin, we have less than 1 minute for you. Huh? I mean, can you speed up?
So this is the last slide. I will, before finishing my presentation, I would also look at the initiative, the policy that support for the establishment of a CASIC. So yesterday, you have been here about the CASIC from during the ministry note, His Excellency Mr. Wengsakon, and also the presentation from the His Excellency Dr. Jan Sarut, about the CASIC. So those policy that I mentioned and presented earlier, they are really connected and relevant to establishment of CASIC. So CASIC is also a new platform that work for the conservation agriculture and intensification and agroecological as well. So this is all my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I mean,
cảm ơn rất là nhiều.
Okay, I mean, since is there any question? No, not yet. Huh? Let me move on to the next presenter, Ms. Merlan Ramirez. I mean, Secretary General of ASEAN DHRRA. Yeah, I mean, she been present on the role of farmer organization in policy dialogue. Please.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to everyone once again. One of the strategic goals of ASEAN revolve around policy advocacy and movement building. For us, these two are in tandem, with the movement building referring to our work in supporting the organizing and strengthening of rural people's organization, which includes farmers' organization, and the incessant pursuit of processes that bring together people and organizations for common advocacies and development agenda. And while we work as a network of agri-agencies, play a role in policy advocacy, as I have mentioned earlier, we strongly believe that farmers' groups organizations should be in the front lines of advocacy work. And this brings me back, next slide please, to ASEAN's work in catalyzing the formation of the Asian Farmers Association for Sustainable Rural Development through a series of farmers exchange visits, which now, 22 years later from its founding activity and 15 years after its spinning off from ASEAN, has grown into a strong regional farmers organization in 16 countries, going beyond the region and taking lead in advocacy roles on global and regional policy campaigns and platforms such as the United Nations Decade for Family Farming, Global Farmers Forum, the Civil Society Mechanism for the CFS or the World Committee on Food Security, the Global Agriculture Food Security Program, Agroecology's Roadmap in ASEAN, and more recently sitting in the steering committee of the Food System Summit, including Agroecology's rally and call. The formation of AFA was our response to the absence then of a strong rural people's movement that could take farther the issues of smallholder farming communities to the attention of policymakers. And I mentioned this regional milestone to highlight that regional policy work is influenced by strong farmers' organizations at the national level, how their organization are, their businesses or enterprises, how linked they are to policy-making processes. FO advocacies will only be compelling if these are rooted to the realities on the ground. So next slide, please. So please allow me to anchor my sharing to the story of Salase Self-Reliance Community, a local farmers organization based in Bulukumba District, South Sulawesi Province in Indonesia. KSPS was founded in 2011 and started their work with the adaptation of natural farming system in rice farms to increase agriculture income. After 2 years, the 9 founding members of KSPS had successfully increased rice productivity from an average of 2.5 tons per hectare to 4 tons and radically decreased their cost of farm inputs via a natural farming system by 90% per hectare. It must have been successful because KSPS now has 1,700 members and has expanded from 1 village to 49 villages in South Sulawesi with strong women and youth organizations. In 2019, their sales reached about $111,000 US dollars, but it was affected by the pandemic impacting on their marketing activities. KSPS now focuses on improving financial services to support other businesses and of their members and aims to develop a stronger marketing network at the provincial level. In 2017-2019, KSPS received the Proclaim National Award dedicated to communities that show strong action in climate change adaptation and mitigation. And very interestingly, now KSPS is designated as the strategic partner of Bulukumba District Government in developing their midterm development program of the agricultural sector. And it has also become a learning center for other farmers' organizations, government units, universities in Eastern Indonesia. So this success story of KSPS is a result of their convincing action on the ground on natural farming, their viable economic projects, and strong policy advocacy at the village and eventually at district government level. Another story in the Philippines, the National Federation of Small Farmers Organization, or Pakisama, has had a successful role in advocating for an important policy agenda that I think many of us are involved, and that is the launching of the Philippine National Action Plan for the United Nations Decade of Family Farming for 2019 to 2028. But Pakisama did not do this alone. Instead, they took lead in shepherding, in mobilizing the participation of a broader constituency composed of farmers' organizations beyond their network, civil society organizations like us, partner agencies like IFAD and FAO, and agrarian and agriculture ministries who are already part of an existing national mechanism that we co-organized for the International Year of Family Farming 2014 campaign. The national FOs took the lead role in building a strong support mechanism we call the Agriculture and Rural Development Knowledge and Policy Partnership Platform, which strongly engaged the Department of Agriculture to build upon our declaration of priority action and strategies in coming up with the action plan, National Action Plan for the UNDFF. Without the lead role of farmers' organization and the multi-stakeholder process that we have built the past 7 years, we would not have strongly put forward a comprehensive, substantive input into the National Action Plan, which the Philippine government gladly accepted and supported. And by the first week of December, the ARDKPP will be organizing its annual policy dialogue with the Philippine government, and the progress of the implementation of the National Action Plan will be central to the agenda. So from these experiences of partner FOs and many other FOs that we've managed to document and support organizations, some long-time lessons are worth mentioning. So for the FOs, we believe that one, they have to really invest in organizing and building their own organizations for good governance, including clear representation and accountability. As when you do policy advocacy, you should be able to stand public scrutiny. Second is you have to succeed in your economic undertaking. Of course, there are other agenda for the people, for the planet, but being successful economically brings confidence and credibility, and especially impacts on the result of negotiation. Third is investing in developing leaders, especially women and youth, including deepening their knowledge on the issues and skills in policy advocacy and constructive engagement. Fourth is having a clear and unified agenda to be able to strongly position themselves in broad-based processes among fellow farmers' organizations, among multi-stakeholders. The importance of building multi-stakeholder mechanism is essential, as I have shared in the experience of the UNDFF National Action Plan. Within this multi-stakeholder mechanism is the importance of keeping an autonomous space for farmers' organization for their self-organized decision-making processes to prepare them in engaging broader community of advocates. And fifthly, that they have to be prepared to do the how part, to implement and to track policies, and being data-driven will help a lot, as when government responds, usually their demand is, how big are you? How do we scale up? How do we go into mainstreaming? For government and UN agencies, important would be, and this has been said many times, would be the importance of recognizing the role of farmers' organization in shaping policies based on experiences which have been tested and proven, and to treat them as not as beneficiaries, but as actors and partners. Secondly, is that farmers' organizations have proven capacities in policymaking. So bring them on the discussion table, because they have the capacity to aggregate voices from the ground via more inclusive processes. They are also practitioners, on-ground practitioners, who can be in the front line of scientific researches with support from scientific or technical agencies. Third is investing in organizing and strengthening of farmers' organization, having the legal framework for them to exist and grow, and support the consolidation at all levels to create a movement. A positive environment is needed to unleash their potentials. And fourth is heeding the call of FOs that in decision-making processes, as I've said, it should be nothing about us without us. And to end, my sharing would be that I hope ASEAN could also further support the work of farmers' organization as we start our participation in the new program that I mentioned earlier, handling the policy advocacy component, and as well as the supporting the work of our partners at the national level, that we are able to give farmers the opportunity to be in the front seat of agricultural research, which is an essential tool in policy advocacy. We will aim to support existing FO platforms, mechanisms in the region and at the national level to deepen understanding on agroecology, to bring them together, to level off and find ways how agroecology will complement or supplement ongoing efforts related to sustainable agriculture, organic and natural farming, permaculture, and other inclusive and sustainable farming systems that will contribute to the ushering of a dynamic agroecology movement in our region. Thank you very much, and back to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Ms. Marine. I think you're very
chị,
punctual.
Marlene
On
Ramirez.
time.
Tổ
It's
chức của chị
really,
rất là
fascinating
hiệu
that
quả.
you just showing the bottom-up
Và
approach that having
chị vừa cho
from
thấy
the
là cách tiếp
farmer
cận từ
in
dưới lên giúp
Sulawesi
cho
and
các
also
nông
in the
dân
Philippines. How you
ở
connect both
Philippines.
the
Thì tổ chức của chị đã kết nối tất cả các bên
policy
liên
level
quan
and also the
và
grassroots level into.
lên.
I really impressed on the. You bring up the power of the youth and women in this business. Okay, I think we run out of time, but the main things I would like to invite the next speaker. But since the question you can just put in the question box. I think and we try to answer that. But if you have any burning question, you can ask, but not. Okay, next I think Mr. Dao Thing An. The Vietnam Academy of Agriculture and Science. He will present on the UN. Let me see. The UN food system and policy process in Vietnam.
Và
so
đây,
like that. Please, Mr. Dao Thing An.
Xin mời ông Đào Thế Anh ạ.
Good afternoon. Yes, please
Xin chào
share
các quý vị.
my slide. Yes.
Xin chiếu lên màn hình cái slide của tôi.
Yes, in Vietnam we try to.
Ở Việt Nam thì chúng tôi đang cố gắng tăng tốc ở cả cấp độ quốc gia lẫn cấp độ địa phương về chuyển đổi sang nông nghiệp sinh thái và hệ thống lương thực thực phẩm an toàn. Thì bây giờ là tôi đang nói ở cấp độ quốc gia, thì hiện nay Việt Nam đang rất là tích cực tham gia các đối thoại ở cấp độ hệ thống. Và trong năm vừa qua thì chúng tôi đã tổ chức 3 cái cuộc đối thoại cấp quốc gia và quy tụ hơn 1.000 người tham gia ở cả 3 vùng miền. Và nông nghiệp sinh thái là một trong những hoạt động chính trong quá trình chuyển đổi này.
But you can listen to the English in the Vietnamese section.
Yes, English. Okay, I put English. Okay.
Dr. Dao Thế Anh, you continue talking like you do, and but for
but if I talk English, maybe I put off. That's right.
Yes, exactly.
Yes. So now I am in off. Okay, yes, I continue. So Vietnam very actively involved in
Hiện nay Việt Nam đang rất tích cực.
Food system. Next, please. And in September in New York, already the highest level leader of Vietnam already commit for several important points. But the objective is to develop food system toward a transparent, responsive, and sustainable development in 2030. And we focus on the sustainable food security, nutrition, also applying science, technology, and public-private partnership in order to develop agroecology, and also combining agroecology also with the support from digital transformation in the as the movement. And we think that this year we have the Communist Party ceremony, and in the orientation text of Communist Party, it's the highest level of policy in Vietnam already include agroecology for the next 10 years. Next, please. During the food system dialogue, Vietnam also actively involved in several international alliances for sustainable food system, multi-stakeholder advisory committee, and particularly the agroecology policy for food system transformation that's led by France government, and maybe some other activities related to climate change adaptation and mitigation. Next, please. Next, please, because the PowerPoint is not finished yet. In the food system dialogue, we focus to 5 action tracks. So the action track 3 related to the sustainable production system as a large scale, so including the agroecology, and also the action 5 to build the resilience and vulnerability to control the vulnerability, shock and stress for smallholder. I think these two action track is will cover the topic of agroecology in Vietnam. Next, please.
Sorry, Dr. Tian. Apologize for the technical issues with the translation. To all the translator, please speak in your respective language channel. Thank you, especially the Vietnamese. Thank you. You can continue, Dr. Tian.
So now I choose Vietnamese.
No worries on your side, Dr. Tian. Thank you. Please continue like before.
So yes, we are talking about the agroecology in the food system in Vietnam. So we consider that agroecology is a very important tool to achieve the 17 development goal of the 2030. Next, please. Next, please. Next slide, please. Yes, next, please. So here we try to develop after the food system summit. We are planning to develop a national action plan for responsible, sustainable, transparent food system to 2030. So based in 5 action track, we discuss, organize a series of consultative workshop with different 4 actor group for food system. So private sector, the policy and institution agency, the research and education for technology and innovation, and the donor and development agency, including NGO, farmer organization, etc. So we based in the national outcome of the socio-economic development and also food system outcome, and then to compare with the 17 objective of the development to 2030. Next, please. And the objective of the national action plan is because the food system process is multi-stakeholder, and we have a lot of intervention. So the objective of national action plan is to match different contribution of each organization with their own, like private sector, government, research, and academia, and the development agency, and to see how they contribute in the food system development objective. Next, please. And certainly, we have to also to coordinate amongst main national policy and strategies that we already approve in Vietnam. For example, for related to agroecology, we have the new rural development, restructuring of agricultural sector 2035, the green growth strategy, and also the NDC and Sendai framework for disaster and prevention, etc. And coordinate with different strategy from the nutrition and food security system. Next, please. In the National Action Plan, we also try to list out the different outcomes related to the nutrition and food security challenge. Also, the question of climate change adaptation, mitigation, increasing income, boosting the innovation, and also digital technology. This is the main point that in the next 10 years at Vietnam agricultural sector, we would like to achieve. So with the main tool is agroecology transition. Next, please. So next step is that now we are in the process this month to organize a series of national consultative workshop to try to attract different stakeholders in the food system and in order to build the sustainable food system. And the objective is to have something approved by government in 2022. Also, we are actively involving in the different regional initiatives and to enhance the investment, also the investment in the science technology for agroecology and also for digital transformation, and try to attract different donors, mobilizing the resource investment, and also to cooperate with different organizations, and particularly the UN organization in Vietnam, such as FAO, UNICEF, UNIDO, and UNDP, etc. So currently, this month we organize a consultative, and also we organize a series of workshops to change the behaviors. For example, we cooperate with FAO next week to organize a workshop for policymakers and for academia, and also for different development agency. What is the agroecology in Vietnam, and what is the pathway, and what is the tool? So I think that we combine in parallel two movements at the grassroots level for agroecology transition with the research for development, such as the work that the project ASEAN is doing, and also at the macro level. And I think we hope that two movements will meet in order to have a systemic approach for agroecology transition. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I mean, for the three speakers, I think going from very what they call national initiative of Cambodia, and then coming to Indonesia and Philippines, and now it's Vietnam also tracking in the sustainable development goal and turning into policy program and action. So I think anybody has a question for this session?
There was a question asked earlier for this panelist on the national level, which is how to correlate this agroecology and safe food system with emerging national policies on biocircular green economy. And this question was asked by Dr. Yuvo Tanang from Thailand, and can be addressed by any of the three speakers. if anyone wants to take the floor.
But yes, maybe I have some idea about this because also circular economy is it's a new topic, and this is one component of food system in Vietnam, and then our objective is now to food. We consider that food system is the composition of different value chain. So in each value chain now, our objective is also to diversify the value added in the whole chain. It's not only for the main product, it's a food product, but also byproduct. So the circular economy is interesting, but we need more research, and we are developing. And we are also calling for the contribution of different organizations such as UN or research on circular economy, because up to now the investment of our research in innovation in this system is still limited. So we still lack of innovation, and also the technology dissemination for farmer, etc. is important. So we so the objective of National Action Plan in Vietnam, we also try to place to match circular economy contribution in for research and for development, piloting, etc. at the local level, and we try to develop a new project with UNIDO, support from UNIDO to support the small enterprise to apply the circular economy solution. Thank you.
Actually, I think like for Lao, I mean, we have the GMS ADB project that implement in Bokeo, in Vientiane, and in Sonaket, I think, and Pakse, in 4 cities that try to matching this circular economy, with the what we call recycle, reuse, and then also renew of the things, that we are, working on, and also we working with them with this, the black standard fly, to having, produce, turning waste to agricultural waste to protein, and then having those, inboard fertilizer, and at the same time, the feed for animal. This is still in the pilot, what we call phase, I think, in Laos. I'm not sure in the other country, maybe it's in more advanced, I think.
Yes, may I contribute into the session? So for Cambodia, to foster the dissemination of agroecological and conservation agriculture practice through ASEAN program, now on the Department of Extension for Agriculture, Forestry, and Fishery, with the private sector cooperation, we have one program called Agroecological. So, friend of a farmer is named, aiming at engaging the private sector into the transition to conservation of agriculture, incentivizing smallholder farmers who will transition to conservation agriculture and sustainable intensification and agroecology. So, this is one project, namely in the Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry, and Fishery. We have also from the Ministry of Environment. As I mentioned in the presentation, there is one policy called the National Policy on Green Growth. So we are also involved this kind of circular economy and implementing right now. So this is our input from Cambodia. Thank you.
Dr. Tateva, you are muted.
Sorry. Actually, I things, I mean, like there are many of the, I mean, like activity that we are, I mean, trying to having, I mean, like in this what we call the policy into action. I mean, what we are doing in this, and then has been presenting, I mean, different, I mean, practice that, I mean, either in Vietnam, also in Cambodia, and in what we call Philippines and Indonesia also. I think like this is a cup, I mean, emerging, I mean, like that can be turned into more, I mean, exchange and then sharing. I really believe that, I mean, in the near future, that this can be fit into LICA very well. I mean, like what I'm doing, but the main thing, I think, if we're looking at the, I mean, more, I mean, broader view, I think like each of what the presenter has a strength and, I mean, point, like Cambodia also has, I mean, linkage to microfinance, for instance, that is really important for us. I mean, like, because, I mean, picking example like in Laos, I mean, we are sometimes in debt trap in some area just because of this, and microfinance has not been reaching those areas. And we try to work on, but I mean, also learning from Cambodia and learning from Vietnam also, and from the Philippines, from Indonesia, from many countries that in ASEAN that, I mean, can be very what we call not copy one-to-one, but I mean it's a kind of area specific, or I mean on site specific that I mean many of the presenter has been present in the morning also. And early Pierre also has been addressed this, I think. So I think, I mean, this is all for our, I mean, like if any presenter want to add something, I mean, for this, I mean, I can give 1 minute for you, and then I will hand over to the next session.
May I?
Yes, Marlene, go ahead.
Thank you. I think on that question, most of the initiatives that translate the principles of agroecology would contribute to making it happen. But reflecting on coming from the experience in some countries, there are in fact very good policies. There's in my own country, we even have the Organic Agriculture Act 2010, and there's an accompanying fund to make it happen. But I think the challenge is in the implementation of the policies. The reality is that about 90% of those who are into conventional agriculture needs to be supported to transition. And as we know, transitioning takes maybe at least 3 years. So, but what should government do? Because smallholders, small-scale men and women farmers need not absorb all those losses in their yields during the transition, if that's the movement, that direction that we want to encourage them to pursue. So yes, we have an Organic Agriculture Act. There's an accompanying funds, but the implementing rules and regulation to ensure that conventional farmers, smallholder farmers are accompanied and supported are not as clear. And maybe it's just one example. I'm not sure in other countries, but the point is that we have policies, but these policies have to be implemented to impact on the ground.
Thank you. I mean, not that, I mean, that I think like this is the common problem of the, you know, I mean, there are many policy strategy, but I mean, the good things that, I mean, when we can make a policy workable and then turn into action, that is the main, I mean, key point that, I mean, we want to take away from this, I mean, three presenter. Thank you for your own effort. And then, I mean, can I turn to the session 3 now? Yeah. Ms. Danek, yeah.
On the program, we have a little break. So do you want to take 5 minutes just to relax a little bit, or we move ahead with the program? It's up to you.
Okay, I mean, you are the chair, huh? I mean, you.
Okay, so I mean, my personal opinion is that we should move so that we have more time at the end potentially to discuss all together. So it's always good to have a bit more time.
Yeah.
So Ms. Daniek, we pass the floor to you for the part 3.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Peer. Under this session, to be part 3, there will be 3 topics on policy dialogue and processes for scaling up agroecological and safe food system innovation. And we will see it from the regional perspective. And under this session, we have a 3 presentation that is on Lao initiative on conservation agriculture, LAICA. The second one is the role of ASEAN sectoral working group in scaling up action, and the third one is the One Health. Now we are allocated 45 minutes for this session, and for this we would like to have the speakers to allocate their presentation 10 minutes, and we appreciate if you can stick with the timeline. And for the question and answer, we will done at the end of this session. You may wish to use the Q&A button to type your question. So in this regard, I would like to invite the first speaker, Dr. Tateva Sapangtong, Deputy Director, Department of Agricultural Land Management, Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry, Lao PDA. Dr. Tateva, the floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Okay. Yeah, I mean, since I already, present yesterday, I think this is also, supplement to the yesterday, session that, the regional initiative of the Lao initiative of conservation, agriculture and agroecology in ASEAN, I think, or LICA, what we call the short, from now on, I will call it LICA. So, please, next slides, please. Okay, since we have been presented, how it has been processed yesterday. Now, I just would like to present you a curve. What is the next? The roadmap of the LICA itself. Of course, the first is sharing the success and learning experience of ASEAN country. Like I have been raised up in the previous, I think, session, and then with the policy, institutional mechanisms, and also efficiency support of agroecological transition, and also encouraging the member of LICA precisely, focal point that has been assigned, to be launched and the similar, on the, documenting process, and also in their own country, and start to what we could consolidate on the what we could existing experience, and then can be shared in the near future, and also launching the facilitate co-design of ASEAN guideline of the policy support agroecological transition. This is the ultimate goal that we're coming to. Okay, next slide, please. And of course, with the launching of the document process, from the LICA focal point, I think some successful story, or like the policy, mechanism or implementation, for the 4 countries that within ASEAN, like Cambodia, Laos, CLMV, Cambodia, Laos, Myanmar, and Vietnam. The ASEAN country, I think, project, but with the support of the AFD and EU, in the ASEAN. But the lesson would be, facilitate, and sharing, and through the different platform, the whole ASEAN country, I think, and also, moving for facilitating the inter-country analysis, or, exchange experience, like this workshop, also one of the, positioning, of the ASEAN. And the partnership with ASEAN sub-working group, precisely right now, we already, incorporate in the ASEAN sub-working group, Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry sub-working group on crops, I think, and facilitating the design of the guideline. I think, this next, please. The action plan that we planned, I mean, to do in the next year is just documentation, the best practice in Laos to support the agroecology. And at the same time, I mean, we also will have, I mean, like encourage the whole country in asset support to do, I mean, in parallel. And allow, I mean, policy sharing, I mean, in the LICA focal point, in order to, I mean, comment and propose on the selected document through the success learning story. I mean, there are many good practice, but I mean, the still, I mean, not consolidate into one, I think, like a solid, I mean, base document. So, I mean, this would be then the next step. And also focus the member state, I mean, of the country for documentation this, and then led 2023, I mean, the ASEAN policy support agroecological transition, I mean, in the LICA focal point, and was, I mean, giving the first proposal and recommendation for the ASEAN guideline policy, I mean, on agroecological transition will be made in the late 2023 on the 30 meeting of ASEAN sub-working group on crops. Next, please. Okay, I mean, lastly, I mean, the key takeaway message, I mean, like LICA, okay, it's like I already, I mean, stated out many times, but I mean, to establish, I mean, mechanisms and place in ASEAN member country, I mean, to share, exchange, and also, I mean, like experience in the conservation, agriculture, and agroecology towards sustainable people livelihood and safe food production in the environmental friendly technique or approach, I mean, with what we call, you know, on the sustainable way. And also establish the policy dialogue with the conservation or agroecology, I mean, among the ASEAN member country for the success learning story and the exchange, I mean, for the LICA as a place for doing these things. And to address and promote, I mean, conservation, agriculture, and agroecology by working in synergy, I mean, between the government, private, and then the investor, academia, and NGOs, I mean, on the multi-stakeholder that, I mean, has been presented. I think like this one things that, I mean, you know, I mean, government only is just, I mean, giving a legislative framework, but I mean, most of the shape up or turn into action, it's just the multi-stakeholder, I mean, power. I mean, that's all for my, I mean, thank you very much. And I would hand back to
Thank you, Dr. Teva, for the comprehensive presentation. And we noted from the presentation that LICA has been started in 2012 and intended to promote conservation of agriculture and agroecology in ASEAN through policy dialogue, and with the final aims to propose ASEAN guideline for policy supporting agroecological transition. I think this initiative is very, very much relevant with our priority at the state and ASEAN, that we are going to focus on the sustainable agriculture as stated, raised by our minister in their meeting in October this year. Now I would like to move to the second speaker, and I would like to invite Dr. Margaret Yovatana, Director of International Agriculture Affairs Group at the Planning and Technical Division, Department of Agriculture of Thailand. So Dr. Margaret, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dani. So at the onset, I would like to thank the organizers for this chance of sharing my views on the ASEAN Working Group's role in scaling up action. And I would like to share the experience from the ASEAN Climate Resilience Network, or ASEAN CRN. Next slide, please. So in 2014, the ASEAN CRN was established as a regional platform for knowledge exchange on climate smart agriculture, chaired by Thailand through its Department of Agriculture. It serves as a platform for the ASEAN member states, or AMS, to share insights addressing challenges arising from climate change impacts on agriculture and how the sector can adapt and optimize mitigation potential. By now, the network has contributed and facilitated a number of knowledge products, guidelines, publication, policy briefs, policy reviews, also partnerships, collaborations, coordinations, and knowledge exchange events. We also established personal and professional linkages that develop into projects and relationships. Also on the development of guidelines and policy tools, and advocated action on climate change in agricultural sector, both regionally and internationally. Next slide. Okay, so the ASEAN CRN is under the purview of the ASEAN Technical Working Group on Agricultural Research and Development, or ATW-GARD, and work under its Strategic Plan of Action Trust 4, aimed to increase resilience to climate change, disasters, and other shocks, and address the adverse impacts of climate change by promoting appropriate agricultural practices. Action programs related to a Strategic Trust 4 include increasing investment in research and development of climate-smart technologies and management systems, promoting good agricultural practices, capacity building and information sharing, and integrating gender issues into climate-friendly agriculture. Moreover, the ASEAN CRN also reports to the ASEAN Sectoral Working Group on Crops under its Strategic Trust 4, also aimed to increase resilience in climate change of the crop sector. ASEAN CRN is also being represented at the Steering Committee of the ASEAN Multi-Sectoral Framework on Climate Change and Food Security, and also at the Project Steering Committee for the Climate Smart Land Use Project under the ASEAN-German Partnership. So the ASEAN CRN became instrumental in bringing the ASEAN agriculture to make an entrance to the negotiation process under the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, or UNFCCC, and gave birth to the ASEAN Negotiating Group on Agriculture, or ANGA, who is now actively engaged in the Conference of the Parties of the UNFCCC, particularly the Agriculture Agenda of the Subsidiary Body on Scientific and Technological Advice, or ASABSTA, and the Subsidiary Body on Implementation, or SBI. ANGA is proud to be recognized as an entity under the G77 and China Group for the Coronivia Joint Work on Agriculture, and the ASEAN CRN facilitated the formulation and submission of the ASEAN Common Positions under the Coronivia Joint Work in Agriculture Roadmap. Slide 4, please. Next, please. So how do we organize ourselves? The ASEAN CRN holds its annual ASEAN CRN meeting held back-to-back with the ATW-GARD. And in every meeting, we invite potential partners and donors for them to match with the strategic trust of the ASEAN CRN. Aside from the regular annual meetings, we also organize a number of knowledge exchange events, and we normally organize on various climate-smart or climate-friendly topics. During the pandemic, all of these were done virtually. And on the slide, you would see the 5 most recent strategic trusts and potential partners. And we, of course, very much welcome more partners for these endeavors. Next slide, please. So now the topic on what is the role of the ASEAN working groups in scaling up action. The ASEAN Ministers of Agriculture and Forestry, or AMAP, is one of the 13 bodies under the ASEAN Economic Pillar, and at its annual meeting endorses project documents, concept notes, guidelines, standards, strategic plan of action, knowledge products, which are submitted by the respective working groups under AMAP. Over the past decade, the ASEAN Ministers of Agriculture and Forestry, or AMAP, have endorsed a number of ASEAN guidelines and a strategic framework on agriculture, food, fishery, and forestry issues, including manuals that provide in-depth protocols for livestock fisheries, food biotechnology, crops, and forestry. And the ASEAN CRN contributed to the endorsement of several ASEAN guidelines related to enhancing resilience to climate change, such as ASEAN Guidelines on the Promotion of Climate-Smart Agriculture Practices, Volumes 1 and 2, while on the making is the Volume 3, with concept note already endorsed at the recently concluded 43rd AMAP meeting. The 10 phases in developing a national crop insurance program, the ASEAN Public-Private Partnership Regional Framework for Technology Development in the food, agriculture, and forestry sectors, the responsible investment in food, agriculture, and forestry guidelines, and AMAP's approach to gender mainstreaming in the food, agriculture, and forestry sectors. Recently, during the 23rd meeting of the ASEAN Sectoral Working Group on Crops in July 21 this year, had tasked Thailand as the ASEAN CRN chair to develop a concept note on the reduction of crops burning in ASEAN. Next slide, please. The GIZ Climate Smart Land Use in ASEAN, or CLSU project, conducted a review of selected ASEAN guidelines that were developed by the ASEAN Climate Resilience Network and the ASEAN Technical Working Group on Agricultural Research and Development, and endorsed at the senior officials meeting of the ASEAN Ministers of Agriculture and Forestry. The project has commissioned the Stockholm Environment Institute, or SEI, to explore the usefulness of land use guidelines and similar policy tools in implementing ASEAN priorities. I therefore would like to mention important findings and recommendations that is relevant to this webinar. So some of the lessons learned is that given that ASEAN governance differs from national and local governments in structure and time scales, integrating the guidelines into national plans and eventually creating extension programs takes a long time. Project support after guidelines endorsement is essential to immediately operationalize the guidelines. Hence, specific guidelines may become outdated in terms of technical innovation or regional priorities. Limitations in the use and usefulness of the guidelines, as countries are not mandated to use the guidelines, but rather choose to adopt the voluntary guidance available. Limitations to the monitoring and implementation of regional guidelines due to lack of support in terms of funds and personnel, competing priorities, and limited examples of how policymakers can best use the guidelines. Without monitoring plans in place, insights emerging from the use of the guidelines are not being documented. And a clear directive from ASEAN Secretariat for a measurable increase in quantity and quality investment is crucial. And the implementation strategy aims to encourage the uptake of the guidance in both the public and private sectors and provide supports to all relevant stakeholders. Next slide, please. So takeaway messages from the lessons learned: to ensure the successful implementation and scaling up of guidelines, the working groups has to consider the following recommendations. First is on the design, dissemination, and awareness raising. The guidelines should be an effective policy tool for intended outcomes, and we need to better understand the motivations and intended use of new guidelines. And we have to explore what other policy tools already exist and where they can either be updated or extended. And the guidelines should be ready with an overview of the policy tools available, highlighting the key information in the guidelines to serve as roadmap for users. Also, we need to develop communication plan for the dissemination of the endorsed guidelines. And it is important that accessibility, readability, and legibility of the guidelines should be considered to attract more users, especially policymakers from the region. accessibility to ASEAN websites, ASEAN CRN and similar networks and initiatives or through a dedicated platforms. The ASEAN Secretariat and the ASEAN member states should move towards more strategic policy planning when responding to ASEAN-wide issues by engaging the different subsectors to provide a more holistic view on the issues to be addressed, and explore existing platforms as important mechanisms for CSA practice. And the guidelines should be produced with a concrete implementation plan that involves relevant stakeholders and provides adequate planning, adequate funding. Next slide, please. So on implementation and monitoring, relevant stakeholders must take ownership of the guideline, and that they must be paired with a concrete implementation plan or roadmap, as well as adequate planning. A suitable monitoring, evaluation, and learning framework needs to be developed to assess regularly how guidelines are being used. And development agencies and other relevant stakeholders could support ASEAN member states with an impact study on particular guidelines across sectors for comparison to synthesize how ASEAN knowledge products represented by the guidelines are being used nationally. Set up a mechanism for feedback through pilot regular discussions with implementers to see how the guidelines could be improved. Follow up on implementation of the endorsed guidelines as an agenda in ASEAN working group meetings to get advice on making useful guidelines. Also review other sectoral bodies to see if they have similar tools or guidelines, or if they have transferable insights to learn from in designing climate smart guidelines. Advocate for more frequent intersectoral dialogue to bring together relevant sectoral bodies. The ASEAN Secretariat and the ASEAN member states continue to request support for monitoring and for these guidelines. However, more systematic planning and better coordination is needed. There is a need to recognize policy tools that have been developed across different ASEAN working groups and the 3 ASEAN communities. Further development of guidelines should also reflect gender and social equality to ensure that the implementation of the guidelines will lead to fair and equitable outcomes. Next slide, please. For funding is required to ensure nationwide implementation. However, as AMS are requesting and endorsing ASEAN guidelines, they should also reflect how they can support the implementation in their national context. Successfully implemented guidelines that are actively rolled out in ASEAN member states usually have a project or program supporting them. And monitoring, evaluating, and learning from the use of the guidelines at national levels need to be considered from the start, including how to include funding in ongoing or new initiatives. At the ASEAN level, the guideline has to be reviewed by the ASEAN Secretariat at the Secretariat level to enable a system-wide reflection of their use. ASEAN could lead a pilot study to evaluate the use of guidelines in its regional policymaking. A notable guideline from its pillar or sector could be selected for this review. And this could be an opportunity for the ASEAN Secretariat to take stock of its knowledge base, learn from the use of guidelines, understand the reach and use, and identify potential gaps. Also, we could analyze the best practices in different pillars or sectors that could be followed. And this could also be an opportunity to come up with the ASEAN standard on guidelines and best practices on how to formulate them in order to achieve the food, agriculture, and forestry vision. Another is advocate for more frequent intersectoral dialogue to bring together relevant sectoral bodies to talk about climate change and provide their own perspectives to further strengthen ASEAN agenda on climate change. And we need to review guidelines at ASEAN Secretariat level to enable a system-wide reflection of their use. My last slide, in conclusion, to ensure scaled-up action, the ASEAN Working Group has to take concerted actions in designing work plans, guidelines, project documents that are feasible, proficient to engage all relevant stakeholders, guarantees funding support for implementation, warrant political will, and responsive to the common concerns of the region, safeguarding the benefits to the ASEAN community. My last slide, my thank you slide. Last slide, please. So thank you very much to your attention, and visit us in our websites. Back to you, Danny.
Thank you, Dr. Margaret. Very comprehensive presentation. Yes, the ASEAN CRN actually is very active to promote the ASEAN cooperation to address the climate change and to make the agriculture sector more resilient. And there are a lot of output has been delivered under this initiative, including the development of the climate smart agriculture, and we already at the third volume, I think, to be prepared. And also the guideline on crop insurance, also part of the deliverable of this initiative. And these all the documents can be used by the ASEAN member states as their reference to apply at the national level. But as mentioned by Dr. Margaret, monitoring also still need to be done to see how effective these deliverables or documents and guidelines can be applicable in the ASEAN and ASEAN member state at the national, at the regional level. So thank you, Dr. Margaret. Maybe we can move to the next speaker again. And now I'm inviting Dr. Michelle de Garin, senior researchers from CERAT, and the floor is yours, Dr. Michelle. Thank you.
Thank you, Danny, for the introduction, and thank you to the organizers, the coordinator of ASET projects, and the organizers of this webinar for the invitation, because that will give me the opportunity to talk about another initiative apart from agroecology and safe food system transition that I think can really be synergistic, and especially in Southeast Asia context, for the development and implementation of policies. So what I will try to do during the next 10 minutes is first to present a little bit more in details what is One Health, and then show some potential complementarities between agroecology and One Health, and then highlight some possible synergies, especially for policy development and implementation, where the two initiatives can work together. Next slide, please. So first, what is One Health? You may have heard the term, and in fact, there is not a single definition. There are many, and it's not even a new term or a new concept, because it's been developed more than 2 decades ago. We could just start with one definition, which is the one given by the tripartites of the United Nations, FAO, OIE, and WHO. So they define One Health as being a collaborative, multidisciplinary, and multi-sectoral approach that can address health threats at the human-animal environment interface. So if we go back in time with this definition, there is one thing that is very important, I think, also for the potential linkages with agroecology, is the ambition to have multidisciplinary and multi-sectoral approaches to address health threats. But if we look in time, this One Health was first focusing on zoonotic diseases, that is the pathogens that are transmitted from animals to humans, and then slowly moved and especially picked up a lot of momentum during first the avian influenza crisis during the first part of the 2004, 2005, and then the emergence of the first SARS and obviously the second SARS. So as defined as this, it looks much more that One Health is really promoting these interactions between animal health, human health, and including the environment. Next slide, please. So another definition, that's the one I just mentioned. If we take this definition, it really focuses on diseases and transmission between animals and humans. One clear example of how this idea of One Health can be translated into very concrete policy development and even a national plan is, for instance, the case of avian antimicrobial resistance. I won't get into the detail, but the example of Thailand, which not only adopted the national plan for antimicrobial resistance, which is very important in the whole region, but is actually following the One Health guidance for the design and the implementation of this national plan. Next slide, please. Okay, but One Health evolved, and it actually not only including diseases and not only including animals and humans, and the latest definition includes actually health and well-being. That is the definition of health and well-being, especially for WHO. And if you take that into consideration, and if you also accept the idea that health is also very much included into a socio-ecosystem, which the ecosystem that is surrounding both the animals, the human, and the environment are completely dependent on the social and the ecological dynamics. And this is actually resulting in the better health and well-being of all the components. Then you move on to something that is actually much more comprehensive, but also much more complex. So that also means that One Health evolved from strictly diseases and diseases of humans and animals to more comprehensive problems like pollution, like foodborne diseases, but also the whole planetary health and biodiversity conservation. Next slide, please. So with these definitions, I will now move on to trying to demonstrate, to emphasize some of the areas where I believe that there are some common aspects between One Health and agroecological and safe food system transitions. So first, there is the context. The ASET project is actually really emphasizing that the agroecological transition and safe food system transitions in the region, in the context, is really a post-COVID-19 crisis recovery. And that is something that is very important in the general context nowadays and the stimulus. Well, clearly, COVID-19 crisis has been a very important aspect in actually building up the interest for One Health, which appears as one of the potential solutions for better handling potential emerging diseases in the future. And just for that reason, there are some very good, it's a very good point why One Health and agroecological transition should work together. So there is this call also for safer, healthier, and sustainably produced food, which represents an opportunity for green resilience and including pandemic recovery. Well, that's exactly also one of the points that where One Health, the comprehensive One Health approach, is actually focusing on trying to build these, to reach these objectives. One thing that is very important is also One Health has moved from the tripartite UN with FAO, OIE, and WHO, and is now including also UNEP for the environmental component, which means that it's really widening its perspective, but also the institutional support that is getting at a global level. Next slide, please. So there is also a convergence, I believe, between One Health and agroecology in the policy objectives, and especially if we look at the Sustainable Development Goals and the Agenda 2030, and if we look at the targeted objective for One Health initiatives and for agroecology transitions, it's striking to see that two core SDGs are really shared. We mention very often, obviously, the the third SDG, good health and well-being, as being at the core of One Health. But it was interesting to see that during the previous presentation, during this webinar, this was also mentioned, especially nutrition and good health as a key and an important SDG for agroecology and the safe food system. And on the other hand, zero hunger, which is also at the core, obviously, of safe food system and agroecology transition, is also something that is mentioned as a core objective for One Health initiatives. Secondly, there are a number of human development goals: poverty reduction, education, gender, inequality reduction, and peace and justice, which are mentioned as also ultimately both One Health and agroecology should contribute to reaching these objectives. And this is also common ground, potential common ground for collaboration and synergies between the two initiatives. And third, it's to emphasize that as One Health is also including the ecosystem and socio-ecological systems, everything, all the goals that have been listed about climate, but also aquatic life and terrestrial life are also important, and including actually goals that are focusing, for which One Health is focusing, but also agroecology. So for all these SDGs, there is common ground and potential collaboration for policy development and implementation of actions on the ground to reach these objectives. Next slide, please. So the next slides, I'll give you a few very concrete examples of actions and projects that have been selected and implemented in the region, to show you that it's not just because there is common ground on the topics and the goals that are addressed and the issues that are addressed by agroecology and One Health, but also that there are ongoing initiatives which actually could be synergistic with projects such as ASET, but also other projects at the regional level for agroecological transitions. So first, the mention of one project, which was launched earlier in 2021. It's funded by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of France. And I mentioned this one because it was actually approved after the political acceptance of France as a development partner of the ASEAN states, which was done a bit earlier in 2020. So that was really a response and saying by France, okay, as part of this collaboration for the development at the regional level, there will be the implementation of this project, which is One Health in practice in Southeast Asia, targeting zoonoses and socio-environmental changes. So without getting into the details of what the project is, just to mention that it will be working at the ASEAN level, especially targeting actions in Laos and in Cambodia, but with the support and collaboration at the regional level. And one thing that is important is to see that some of the targets will be not only diseases, so zoonotic diseases, but also the link with biodiversity and the environment at the Southeast Asian level, but also a very strong important component on the training for interdisciplinarity and intersectorality in practice. And one of the activities, for instance, of this particular project is also policy dialogue, advocating, and especially with the inputs and working hand in hand with UN ESCAP, to advocate for One Health practices, policy development, and implementation. The second example, sorry, can go back to the previous slide very quickly. I only just mentioned one project, which is called Santé Territoire, which means healthy territories. There will be some actions in Laos and in Cambodia, and I mentioned this one, this project, because it's specifically addressing health as a leverage for the development of agroecological transitions. And we believe, and that's where I believe that there is a lot of common ground between One Health and agroecology, because using health as a leverage to try to promote agroecological transition is a very powerful way of developing policies and implementing them. Next slide. Another point where there is potential collaboration is really at the academic level. And without getting into the details, in Southeast Asia, there is a very strong and very efficient structuration organization, which is called COUN, so Southeast Asia One Health University Network. It comprises more than 90 universities in 8 Southeast Asia countries, and it's including several levels of education programs, from very basic, including some basic skills, but also up to international master degree programs. And I believe that there are a lot of potential overlaps, or at least potential synergies, for co-development of education program between this network and agroecology. So next slide. In a nutshell, so the key takeaways is, I believe that agroecology and One Health address similar issues and share some of the sustainable development goals. I think the context of the post-COVID-19 crisis recovery is also one way of promoting these interactions between the initiatives, and that there are some opportunities both for policy and funding at government and donor level, involving the policymakers in the design and execution of joint initiatives, and another few suggestions about how the two One Health and agroecology transition could work together. And also the second point is really about education and training, where I believe academics, governments, and NGOs can also tap in and look at complementarities between One Health and agroecology. And I think my time is over, so I'd like to thank you. Next slide. Thank you for your attention.
You are muted, Ms. Daniek.
Okay, sorry. Yes, thank you, Dr. Michelle, for very comprehensive and useful information on the One Health concept. We understand that this concept is very important to address a potential health threat and that consider the linkage between human, animal, and environment. And just for your information, that in ASEAN itself, our health minister also already worked on this issue, and in 2020, last year, our health minister adopted the ASEAN strategic framework to combat ASEAN microbial resistance through One Health approach for the period of 2019 and 2030. So I think it's ASEAN also pay attention on this concept to address the health threats in the region. In this cut, I would like to raise some question and answer session, and we receive a question and also comments. We receive a comments that it will be great if farmers and farming communities can access to direct funding to implement the agroecology, biodiversity protection, and water resource development and management at their own communities to ensure a sustainable agriculture. So this is just a insight from our participants. Maybe we can take note on this comment. And we also receive one question. Actually, maybe the presenter can respond on that. The question is, what do you think for supporting farmers to adopt the agroecology in condition of limited technology and innovation technique to improve the income of farmers compared with other method was used by farmers in the grassroots practice. So maybe among the speaker, if you have respond on this question from participant, please do.
May I share?
Yes. Okay,
Yes.
Dr. Margaret.
Yes, when we promote this climate smart agriculture, we targeted the farming communities directly. And I may set Thailand as an example wherein we have this, we established this, we call it learning centers. Learning centers all over the country wherein it could be a platform for all the stakeholders to work together with the rural communities. It is where all the departments involved in the Ministry of Agriculture and Cooperatives work together in an integrated approach. And with this initiative, the farming communities actually initiate themselves, they organize themselves, and they really adopt all the technology innovation that is suitable in the specific agroecological feature. We promote the sufficiency economy philosophy of His Majesty Rama IX. And with that, it also helps the community to be food sufficient. At the same time, the excess from their production could be also sold and provide them additional income. So model as such is already being promoted in the 4 regions of the country, and it's being supported by all the stakeholders, being it public, private sectors. I hope I had contributed.
Thank you, Dr. Margaret.
Yeah,
Yes. Maybe Dr. Katefa, yeah, please.
Yes, actually, I mean, the agroecology, I mean, innovative, or I mean, the technique is not that what we call rocket science, you know, I mean, it's something that embedded in the indigenous knowledge of the local area, specific that it's combined with those. I mean, sometimes I mean, it's like we think that I mean they need an investment, but I mean in action, the practice in everyday life. I mean in the I mean it's like agricultural practice. So I think that the only things I mean we bring out, like I mean bio fertilizer or bio what they call pesticide and whatever. I mean it's like that. It just come from the I mean indigenous knowledge that I mean having this I mean as a part of the production I think like system. So I think like one way I mean like we always thinking that I mean like having investment I mean would be faster, and of course it's faster, but I mean instead of doing, I mean, like own the investment, it's endless, you know. I mean, like instead of giving a fish, I mean, probably giving the fish hawk, or I mean, something that I mean they know how to do the things, you know. That's my what I call input to this. I mean, thank you.
Maybe to build upon what has just been said, and also to share a question that was asked early on in the session is, and I would like to open this question to all the presenter, is how can we best involve the private sector to, I mean, to realize this upscaling of agroecology? Because this was a question that was asked at the beginning, the role of the private sector for the transition.
May I first? So, okay, to start with, okay, so we are supposed to talk about at ASEAN level, and with these platforms in the ASEAN working groups, public sectors are encouraged to or are invited to take a look on what is happening in the ASEAN region and what are the potential investments they could put into to promote this whatever you call it, agroecology or climate smart agriculture. And so there, as Danny mentioned already, that we have this responsible ASEAN guidelines on responsible investments. And so this is where we encourage the public sector to increase investment on environment or agroecological portfolios. For example, FAO, we have we have done a project under FAO on a regional scale on identifying CSA technologies that could be and that could increase private sector investments. And so this kind of analysis is very important. Stock taking of technologies that is available on the ground, and what the community want is to scale up. It's just to scale up these technologies. And so public sector could come in, private sector's investment could come in for scaling up. Okay, and also particularly Danny mentioned about insurancing. We are discussing about how can private sector be investing on crop agricultural insurance. That is to provide guarantees for the farming communities. So maybe that's all I can think for now.
Thank you. Yes. Maybe I can add on to Dr. Margaret information. Yes, that's correct. That ASEAN, we already have the ASEAN guideline for investment that we can use by the private sector, how we can work together to invest in this initiative on the agroecology, and also for the insurance. We have several projects regarding the agriculture insurance, and we work with the ASEAN Insurance Council as well to implement this one. So I hope this will be a good partnership between public and private partnership to move on of the ASEAN initiative. So that is what the ASEAN have at this stage. Thank you.
May I comment?
Yes, Marlene.
Thank you. ASEAN is at the moment together with FAO helping in the rollout of one guidelines, which is in fact emanating coming from the CFS Responsible Agriculture Investment, but now has the ASEAN Agri translation. And our reflection in rolling out the guidelines is that because you can have beautiful guidelines, and in fact we are very happy that some AMAF and the ministers approved very quickly the guidelines on responsible agriculture investment, and this could be the same for agroecology or sustainable agriculture, because this is a very important agenda. But beyond having guidelines, what is important is how it gets to the hands of farmers, how it will get into the hands of rural development agencies that could make full use of these guidelines. And maybe, I don't know if Asia is still here with us, it can follow the track that there was a regional consultation where countries, civil society organizations, farmers organizations sat down and look at the guidelines and discuss what are the starting points at the national level. But beyond that is really an investment, and we're grateful to FAO for that we have an opportunity to roll out the Ag-RAI at the national level, at least now in 6 countries in Southeast Asia, where we are focusing on capacity development and doing trainers training so that we have cadres at the national and local level who can confidently talk about these guidelines and in fact use this in their day-to-day lives and use this as they engage private sector, as they engage policymakers. Thank you.
Thank you, Marlene. We have also Dr. Michel Le Garin.
Yes, I think that's also an area where there could be very synergetic actions between One Health and agroecology, because I believe that there is a lot of engagement with the private sector for medicines and everything for livestock production, and I think that could be a joint actions between the two initiatives in terms of engaging with the private sector, not only on the pesticides and also all the drugs that are used, antibiotics and any other ones, not only into the distribution, obviously, of these the drugs, but also in the setting and deciding on the residues, how it is measured, who's doing what. So I think that's an avenue where also there could be a very important and very concrete partnership between the public, private, and also communities on the ground for the practices of agroecology and livestock productions.
Thank you very much for this complimentary feedback. I think we have time for one last question. In any ways, all the questions we have received in the Q&A, we will get back to you afterwards. So just taking by order, the last question we have received to complete this session is large-scale agroecology possible, especially when we want to increase the agriculture productivity for food security? And this was asked by Noor Abida Modawi, I assume from Malaysia, maybe. Who wants to answer to this? So is large-scale agroecology? Yes?
Yeah. Okay. We have, in Thailand, we have this kind of initiative. We call it consolidated farms. Yeah, it's we consolidate smallholder farms into a big farm. Yeah, we call it Pleng Yai. The main purpose of that is to reduce the cost of production. Because when farmers organize themselves in a bigger, large scale, then the production costs tend to be shared, mechanization as well. So we initiated that kind of a large agroecology, but maintaining the ecosystem as well. Yes.
But if I may follow up on what you just mentioned, the objective is to consolidate the lands, but with the same amount of farmers. So farmers work together on consolidated land. Huh? Is that correct? Collective action.
Yeah, collective action and sharing the cost. Okay. Sharing the cost. So the principle is to reduce the production cost.
Okay. We have Dr. Tateva who wants to react to this.
Yes, I mean, coming from Lao practice, I mean, like we just having, I mean, with consolidation in the early 80s, but I mean, it was failed just because of, I mean, like some reason. I don't know at the time, but I mean, right now, what we are doing is just, I mean, target, I mean, like secure the market and then having those market as a target number or target amount that we are going to produce the, I mean, picking example like vegetable or fruit or anything that, I mean, that the market demand. I mean, produced, I mean, with that, I mean, quantity, I mean, with the group of farmer, I think like that is how we approaching with this, I mean, and this has to be with own, the mechanism has to be established. I think Patrick is documenting now also on the organic agriculture in Laos, that they're having this, I mean, like internet control system quite strict. And then, I mean, Pierre also has been working on these things, I think, in the early, and even now, I think. So, I mean, this kind of things, I mean, yeah, it can create, I mean, bigger, I mean, like group or bigger production, but I mean, it's what they call a kind of joint effort, like the question with the public-private partnership that having, I mean, own the controlling monitoring system, I mean, in place, and then, I mean, own the what we call legislation has to be, I mean, secure for the production, I mean, person also, or I mean, farmer. This is the kind of things, I mean, that I mean, we have to work from the source of water until the river mouth, you know, I mean, all the things has to be established, and then it can be what we call workable. Or I mean, if we start to work in some area and then I mean, it's like not consolidated, then I mean, it's going to be a kind of, I mean, gaps in the system, and I mean, it causing the failure in the end, you know. That's my perception. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tateva. We have a little bit more than 20 minutes left before the end of our session, and then we will move in the final wrap-up of the two-day workshop. So what we would like to suggest now is to use the little bit of time we have left to ask all our speakers of this afternoon if they could share maybe some critical, key, actionable recommendation they would have in order to move for upscaling the transition on agroecology and food system innovation through policy dialogue. So if you would have just maybe one or two critical recommendations to share with us, because the objective of this last session is to hear from the speakers, and for the wider audience, all the participants who may not be able to speak directly, please feel free to write in the chat box also your recommendation. This last part, I mean, this last 20 minutes are also for us to gather all ideas that you may have that will also feed our internal process as long as moving forward with the asset project. So the floor is open to all the speakers. For I know it's a little bit broad, but take this opportunity to share your recommendation. Yes, Marlene.
Thank you, Pierre. Two things that come to our mind, because this is something that we have also planned to do, given the resources that we hope to have will arrive, but this will be for early 2022. One is the documentation of what we have been saying. There are a lot of stories on ground, and select some of these based on criteria and document and see how it contributes to a richer discussion and finding connections to the agroecology agenda. Second is having those stories documented from different countries in the ASEAN region. Is we plan to have first starting at the national level, like a socialization of agroecology. So maybe once or twice a year in the coming years, but also concluding at a regional conversation on agroecology. And we can find the right timing back to back with some other similar processes or relevant regional processes that the result can be used as an input. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. And actually, what you just mentioned, I mean, the documentation process will feed also very nicely in the LICA process that was introduced early on. And also, this is really at the core of the approach of the asset project to really start with on-the-ground initiative. So we will sure to be back to you and to further continue this discussion. I have Dr. Margaret. Yes.
Yes, thank you, Pierre. I just have 2 points is to make use of the ASEAN platform in voicing out your national concerns. In that way, we increase our voice in sending messages on what we need and how we could implement. And also, if you are a representative in ASEAN meetings, so you should bring your concerns, your national concerns, and have it be included in any guidelines or endorsements or documents in a way that to make sure, to ensure that your points are taken. And of course, you have to be sure that it can be implemented as well. What you have proposed should be scaled up and implemented when you go back. Thank you, Pierre.
Thank you very much, Dr. Margaret. And here again, we will get back to you because you seem to have a lot of experience on how this whole ASEAN process is working. And we have a lot to learn from the Climate Resilient Network, but also for your engagement with ASEAN. And
most welcome.
With the ASEAN Secretariat. Maybe another contribution as we are closing in?
Yeah, sure.
Yes?
Yeah, to me, 2 points. I think the first one, which could be actually activated immediately, is really the collaboration on academic and training opportunities. I think there are currently a lot of opportunities for joint training sessions. So modules have been developed between One Health and agroecological transition. And I think that would be instrumental for the future development and advocacy of both initiatives and traduction into policy dialogue and implementation on the ground. So that's really where I think there should be and this is actionable actually right now because both the context and it should be actually favorable to implement that right now. And the second thing is we did a bit of support, but I again believe that working on residues, pesticides, and the risk for health that is represented by pesticides, but also antibiotics, is something that is critical for both agroecology, but can be addressed also through One Health perspective. And that would be something very important to give evidence and recommendation for policy development for the whole region. And that's something for me that should be a priority.
Thank you very much, Michel. Is there any other recommendation? In the chat box, we had another comment, which is also a sort of recommendation to not only focus on successful experience on the ground, but to also make sure to document on-the-ground experience that have failed, because we learn often more from failure than from success. I mean, success is always nice, but failing experience help us to draw lessons learned and to see how to address these difficulties and challenges. There is another question that just come up in the chat box. So from Dr. Fred Unger from ILRI, I would like to see more concrete evidence-based documents in simple words explaining on the benefit of agroecology. Similar, we have One Health, case study, or cost-benefit analysis. The best way to get private sector on board, as well as poor farmers, is evidence from successful, such as case study. Maybe good to have a kind of repository to make agroecology less abstract. There is a lot of emphasis on pesticide, antibiotic, AMU, I don't know what is AMU standing for. Certainly of high importance, but safer food system mean more than at least for livestock system and consumers, such as waste control or ensure safe food, including foodborne disease. So regarding this, I think the question is really to have a database of all successful experience and evidence-based document. This is already under development. I mean, this was part also of the session this morning on the networking and on the Agroecology Learning Alliance. This network is aimed to be transformed in a knowledge hub. And also there are, I mean, the WOCAT experience network was also presented this morning, which is so a database focusing on sustainable land management. So there are quite few examples already of repository, but it is true that it's important to make sure that all these case studies are accessible. And one of the ambition of LICA is also through this documentation to share them. I really like the word that Marlene has used, to socialize them, meaning that we need to disseminate them to all stakeholders at all levels, starting from the field all the way to policymaker at national and regional level. Is there any other recommendation or comment to really push for this policy dialogue? I think we heard already quite a lot this afternoon, and I would like to thank all the speakers because it was very rich. We'll make sure also to share all the the presentation after the workshop. The recording will also be made available because all this contribute to the knowledge that we have, that we start generating and sharing in the framework of the project. And if there is no more contribution, I think that we can have a 5-minute well-deserved rest. And but don't leave the room, because after we'll have the final wrap-up of the 2 days. So you will be also able to hear from the two sessions this morning and the other session that took place as parallel as ours this afternoon, as well as a little bit of yesterday. So if no one has anything to add, we can resume at 4 p.m. exactly. Is it okay?
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So don't leave the room. And see you at 4 p.m.
Good afternoon and welcome back everybody to this closing session. Building on some of the very critical issues that had been raised in the meeting yesterday, you all participated in a total of 4 deep dives, 2 this morning and 2 this afternoon, which discussed in more depth some of the main issues and challenges that had been raised over yesterday. So we would now like to hear back from these deep dives. And we will go in chronological order. First, going back to the sessions that were organized this morning. And then we will hear back from the 2 sessions that had taken place this afternoon. We had heard yesterday how important it is to reframe the power dynamics of knowledge creation and sharing, a very important challenge for the ASET project. So I would now like to ask the leads of session 1A, strengthening networking knowledge sharing and capacity building for scaling up agroecology, which had addressed issues around networking and knowledge sharing, to take the floor and to share with us some of the main messages and also recommendations going forward. Can I please ask Lucy Raynaud and Sasireka Rajendran to come in?
Hi, Dr. Katinka. Thank you so much for giving this opportunity to present the wrap-up. So I'll just take some moment to share my screen. I hope you all can see the screen.
Yes, we can see your screen, Sasi.
Yeah, thank you. So I'll be presenting this wrap-up for session 1A along with Ms. Lucy Raynaud, General Coordinator for ASET. So our session dealt with strengthening networking, knowledge sharing and capacity building for scaling up agroecology and safe food systems innovation. So we had 3 different parts of the session. One was on research and development, and the other was on capacity building, and the third was on available knowledge resources. So the first part had 2 speakers. One was Ms. Mary Ard, and then Doina presenting from IFAD. And the second speaker for the session was Ms. Femi. And so first speakers, they highlighted strengthening enabling environment for community-driven agroecological transitions, where they highlighted cost-efficient community-driven implementation and the importance of investing in grassroots implementation with the help of digital innovation, and invest in dissemination and peer learning to scale out. And there is also this investment, we should also be investing in human and social capacity and education. And they also stressed the importance of collaborations and co-investments with value chain and finance. So with that, we now, what we had heard from Ms. Femi from NTFP was the power of local initiatives, knowledge exchange, and networking towards sustainable food systems in Asia. So she really highlighted the way how NTFP was working and recognizing the local initiatives and local communities. And she stressed that enhance, restore, and protect indigenous foodways is one of the important ways to really acknowledge the local communities. And we should continuously update knowledge on traditions, cultural systems, and practices, including rotational farming, gathering, fishing, trapping, food gardens, and cultivation. And the final takeaway from her presentation was fundamental complementary work and support to indigenous people and local communities to secure and protect their collective land and territories to sustain their culture and way of life, including their foodways and agroecological practices. And the second part we had was on capacity building, where we had 3 academicians presenting innovative approaches in e-learning and online teachings. So the first presentation was on academic initiative and transdisciplinary learning and teaching for Agroecology and Sustainable Development Program. So in that, we saw about education for sustainable development approaches that needs to be strengthened in higher education, and link outputs of implementation projects with higher education curricula. And at this, we also stressed, like they also covered what has been included in their newly updated academic curricula, and what chapters on agroecology and safe food system has been covered in their initiative. So that was one of the discussions. And on the other two speakers, they spoke about Bosque Canal Conservation Agricultural Service Center and the e-learning initiative in Cambodia. So here we see that the Bosque Canal Conservation Agricultural Service has maintained its long-term continued CA experiments over 17 years, and it still has been continued in that region. Partnership, they stressed and they felt that with their experience, they really felt partnership is a key to success. The partnership includes between government, donors, private sector, research, education institutions, and NGO. And then from ITC side, we also saw how they were including e-learning approaches and how they've been evolved into using the online system for teaching as compared to the previous years. So here ITC converted all ITC course into online content, and they also talked about Moodle, an online free resource that could be accessed by everyone. And they also shared their work experience with the EMCAST to develop science, technology, engineering, and mathematics teacher training online learning materials. They also highlighted the collaboration with RUA and CIRAT to develop agricultural content, host regional content on agriculture. And finally, coming back to the knowledge sharing part of our session, we had two very interesting presentations that demonstrated the practical use of the apps, farmer-friendly apps also, I would call it that way. So one was on WorkArt and the other was on Agroecological. So first, we learned from Dr. Albrecht what is WorkArt and how they collect the data and what are the useful resources that are available in the WorkArt. So WorkArt is a world overview of conservation approaches and technologies. It's a global network that has been established in 1992. And they developed a set of standardized tools and methods that are now used in over 50 countries around the globe. It also supports the compilation, documentation, evaluation, sharing, dissemination, and application of knowledge on SLM. And finally, on the final presentation, we had EcoCasafer web app that is farmer-friendly, where farmers could upload the video content in the app and they could share their experience. They made it in such a way that they don't need a Gmail account. All that they need is a video to be recorded and uploaded to them. And they have also given trainings to them on how to do that. And I think it was really so good to also they also had the subtitle in the video. So the farmers prefer to make their own video, and they invest to identify what is best tech solution also, and digital marketing to increase the number of users at relatively low cost is also being explored. We could use it in a web browser or even in the phone, and supporting farmers to produce videos on agroecological practices as well. So these are the few summary of what we saw in session 1A. Now I request Lucy to present the key takeaways from our session. Lucy, over to you.
Thank you, Sasi. So in brief, thank you. In brief, those are takeaway message coming from the discussions this morning to the important to pay attention to institution capacities and network partnership, but also to those new form of cooperation where exchange between different stakeholders from different background can encourage innovation, being capacity to test and adapt at different contexts, but also the important to design interactive and tailored tool to target audience and to the context, and not the opposite, the tool adapted to the content. And as we mentioned, that there we highlight that farmers really want to make their own informed decision and not having automatic generated recommendations for a top-down approach. Next, please, Sasi. And finally, to conclude, as a key recommendation, we come up with 4 recommendations: the importance to enhance co-creation of knowledge through reflexive practices and approach to elaborate co-solution together that are adapted to the local context, and the importance of promoting and going through multi-stakeholders processes without leaving behind the farmers' communities. The need also to invest in learning and dissemination through peer learning, extension, and tailored tools. We highlighted once again the importance to better connect agroecological knowledge communities with the high education curricula to integrate agroecology into university program for the next young generation. And finally, we noticed as a recommendation and taking measures that there is an increasing interest and action from the development communities and research community to find concrete ways to enter into policy dialogue and to achieve meaningful policy changes towards agroecology and food system. Thank you for your attention. This is all for session 1A of this morning.
Thank you very much, Lucy and Sasi, for firstly the stock taking on what worked really well, but then also drawing recommendations from that for further consideration of the ASET project team. Very useful. Thank you. Good. With that, we now move on to session 1B, which was around innovation. Yesterday, we had seen that innovation is essential for agroecology transition, and also that it is a strategic intervention area in Vietnam. That was one of the examples we discussed yesterday. So could I please ask the session leads, Melanie Blanchard and Erika Wu, to come online and to share the presentation with us, which I see is already on the screen.
Thank you very much. You already saw the presentation for the wrap-up? It's okay?
The presentation is online, yes, and I hear you.
Okay, thank you. So we will make a wrap-up of the presentations, but also the discussion from this morning for the session 1B on agroecology and safe food system innovations and their scaling out at local level. So the observation widely shared by all the stakeholders is that the diversity of agroecosystem in the regions are not longer sustainable, but in the same time, there is a strong demand from consumer and stakeholders for an improvement of the quality of agricultural products with concern about animal health, human health, pollution, but also ecosystem health. So the region experienced very rapid changes with rapid extension and intensification through access to agricultural inputs and services. It has been accompanied by increasing integration in regional and global economy, the commodification of agriculture, and indebtedness of producer. And today, there is a need to accelerate the transition from conventional agrochemical-based, simplified and specialized farming system to a more diversified, complex and resilient agricultural system. And within the session, we focus specifically on agroecology, agroecological crop protection and risk-based management principle. Agroecology offers ways to transform agriculture and food system to meet these challenges through an holistic approach. And there is a need to develop action research in partnership to co-produce the knowledge and to co-design innovations adapted to the local conditions of the territory in which they are located. So the main recommendations, the first recommendation concerns the need to engage all the stakeholders to foster a safe and agroecological transition of the food system, involving farmers, local staff, private sector, service provider, but also governments. This means renewing the ways of interacting between stakeholders, promoting experience sharing and co-learning between stakeholders. It's necessary to change the paradigm and to acquire new way of thinking about change by combining capacity building programs adapted to the different stakeholders and adapted communication action. Agroecological transition strategy must be co-constructed with the diversity of stakeholders by collectively designing a diversity of agroecological innovation from the plot to the farm, but also to more broadly to the landscape level. And finally, to strengthen the adoption of this innovation by stakeholders and the change of skills, it's necessary to promote farmers' access to a diversity of seeds, plants, animal species, to also improve their access to specific and adapted equipment, services, and inputs. So what are the opportunities for increasing multilateral and multi-stakeholder collaborating for scaling up agroecological innovation? It seems necessary to define collectively and in a participatory manner innovative agroecological system following an adaptive research approach at territorial scales involving all the stakeholders. It's also essential to support the scaling up of the existing agroecological innovative in the region by removing barriers to adoption. The promotion of agroecology requires a revision of capacity building and extension program, both in academic knowledge, but also vocational training. Agroecology relies on locally adapted solutions and on the interaction between all the stakeholders. So its development implies mastery of holistic, systemic, and participatory approaches, in addition to specific and technical knowledge. In parallel, it's necessary to attract the interest of private sector in the new markets that are opening up with agroecology in order to promote virtuous agroecological system. So the public-private partnership models, such as the example of Metcasicor in Cambodia, can help build the condition of agroecological transition by expanding the extension services. Finally, it's necessary to explore institutional and financial mechanisms to encourage stakeholders to adopt agroecological practices and to develop new agroecological-based value chain to make sure to secure those who will take risk in investing for change. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Melanie, for firstly re-emphasizing that there are opportunities in a transition towards agroecology for farmers, and then identifying a couple of very concrete recommendations on how this could be achieved. And several of the elements that you mentioned were also raised yesterday afternoon. So I think it's nice to see how you were able to link the discussions between the 2 days. And in fact, especially the last point that you raised around the need for financing the transition to farmers, I think links nicely to the next session. We will now hear back on climate action, monitoring, and financing. And I recall that yesterday, one of the opportunities that was identified was the potential for carbon financing as a means to support financing into an agroecological transition. So let's hear from session 2A, where we have Pascal Lienhardt and Cornelia Hett as session leads. Can I ask you to please turn on your video and go online? Or on screen, rather.
Apologies for that.
No worries, I hear and see you.
Pascal, would you like me to start or will you start? Okay, you're not on a good channel. Okay, so I will start. Let me just switch, excuse me, to my presentation here. So in our session 2A, we basically had 3 parts. We had a first part with 4 presentations, and then after a short break, a second presentation looking more on financial mechanisms and landscape level initiatives, etc. And then we had also a panel discussion amongst the participants of the session. And I would just like to quickly go.
Sorry, Cornelia, do you have a presentation? We don't see the presentation.
I can share my screen.
Now we see.
The question is, what do you see? Is it acceptable for you like this?
Day 2, session 2A, which I think is not the right slide, probably.
Day 2.
If you move down, you will get to the... Right now we're seeing the presentations.
Okay, let me check. That's okay. I will just walk you quickly through the individual takeaway messages, if that's okay for you. I cannot manage to put up the wrap-up presentation that we have put together. So if that's fine with you, I'll just quickly walk you through.
Okay, you have around 3 to 4 minutes, yeah?
Okay, so we had the first presentation by Aneta Nikolova on the topic of is 1.5 degrees within the reach for the Pacific region, Asia-Pacific region. And then we had, that was the opening speech, and then we had individual presentations by Mr. Fei Chin, Dr. Tatenda Lehmann and myself, and then also by Mr. Anshuman Varma. I'll just quickly go through these so that you see what were the titles and the key messages. So first was a presentation on conservation agriculture in Cambodia. And the takeaway messages were that Cambodia has a strong commitment to go straight forward, to develop further soil resources and information, to integrate with national and international platforms. Also that exploring new business models for facilitated access to seed of cover crops and mechanization is ongoing, and that it's really important to explore financial mechanisms to support farmers in the investment into soil fertility. This was followed by a presentation of Tatenda Lehmann and myself on presenting VOCAT tools. So featuring VOCAT as a global database to document sustainable land management practices and technologies, but then also giving some insights from Cambodia and from Laos, where we were really able to embed the VOCAT documentation, but also decision-making processes into extension services. Then we had a very interesting presentation from Anshuman Varma on alternatives to rice straw burning and how different climate-smart agricultural technologies can really come up to a bundle of an integrated approach. One of the key messages that I really took out from this presentation was that there's a lot of to be done still for training and capacity building. So there's not alone just the technological inputs, etc., but also an enabling environment and multi-stakeholder approaches that have to happen at a higher level. Then we went to the second part where Dr. Beria Lemona started with a very interesting presentation of integrated landscape investments for climate resilience of smallholders. She presented a case study from Indonesia, and her key takeaways were that integrated landscape finance needs to address innovations, but it's still a long way to go to really bridge these initiatives at the case study level, really with the financial mechanisms and also with the policy system. This was followed by the presentation of Alan Carcenti on incentive-based instruments, and there we learned a lot about different financial mechanisms. What really struck to me, and I think also others, was this topic called feed-based bonus-malus systems for uncertified and certified products. And finally, we heard from Pierre Perron a very interesting presentation on the ground introducing farmers to carbon markets in Cambodia. So another case study of really taking an integrated approach also with private sector actors of how to trial and test to getting farmers into the carbon market, which obviously still needs to be scaled out. Just checking with Pascal if you are here now and if you would like to take over, or if I should just power through and finish the wrap up of our session. Okay, I don't hear you. In this case, I will just very briefly go into the details of our panel discussion that we had, where Dr. Beria Leimona, Ms. Aneta Nikolova, Dr. Tatenda Lehmann, and Ms. Imelda Bakuda were talking, given the opportunity to share their views on 3 questions that we had provided them in advance. So we asked about the most important challenges for monitoring and financing of climate actions. Some key takeaways from this first question were regarding the need to build trust for financial institutions. Then the other speakers were going into more the details of the second and the third question, namely, where do you see opportunities and synergies for scaling up monitoring and financing of climate actions? And what are some key messages to take to the COP26 that is happening at the moment, things that we would like to bring in from our region, which is important. And it became pretty clear also in the discussions that there is a real need to harmonize NDC commitments from the different countries. It's very hard to compare these commitments, and transparency is lacking of which different actions have which impact. There's also a need to focus more on the region. There's a lot being heard and done in Africa, but panelists felt like there's a need to bring more attention to the ASEAN region. And finally, one thing that we really discussed at length is how to come from local level pilots, tested methodologies and procedures to then really scale this up to a landscape level or the regional level, and what is the importance, or what is the role that the financial sector but also financial mechanisms could play into that. We don't have the final solutions to these questions, but we had a very interesting discussion going amongst the panelists and also some of the participants. Thank you. Pascal, if you would like to add anything, please do so. I think you had problems.
I struggled to reconnect, so I missed a part of your sentences, but I guess you synthesize quite pretty well. What I mean, we have dense discussion, really interesting exchanges, and yeah, I think you synthesize most of it quite clearly. Thanks a lot for that, Cornelia.
Thank you very much. If I might just ask that you share your final slides with recommendations with the organizers, so that we can use them also for the final report. Yeah?
Sure. Yeah.
Well done. Thanks, Cornelia. Thanks for stepping in. Okay, so then we move on to session 2B, the last session of today, which took up the issue on policy dialogue and processes for scaling up agroecological and safe food system innovations. We've heard several references now to scaling up throughout the previous 3 summaries. So let's hear what our session leads, Pierre Ferrand, Patrick Dakino, and Tateva Safangtong, have to say in respect to major recommendations coming out of this particular session on policy dialogue and processes for scaling up agroecological and safe food system innovations. The floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Katinka. I'm going to share my screen, if I manage to find the right one. Yes, up. Can you see it?
Now I can see, yes, and I can also hear you well.
Okay, very good. Okay, so this is strange because I have a green. Do you see also a green square on the? I don't know. Well, let me go ahead. So this is an attempt to summarize all what we heard this afternoon in the session 2B. This was extremely rich, and we thank very much all the speakers for all the contribution. So first of all, some key takeaway message. Let me try to move this because. Regarding the multi-stakeholder, I mean the importance to feed into the multi-stakeholder policy dialogue. So we have heard this already from the session 1A, but I think it's important to mention it here again. There is an increasing interest and action from the development community and the research community to find concrete ways to enter into policy dialogue and to support meaningful policy change toward agroecology and safe food system. It was also mentioned that institutionalized partnership are key to allow stakeholders, especially stakeholders from the civil society organization, to effectively contribute and influence policymaking. It was highlighted also the need for the critical need for bottom-up and inclusive approach with broad-based consultation processes. I mean, these consultation processes were mentioned several times, since they are critical to ensure that policies are addressing needs arising from stakeholders working on the ground. I'd like to quote the mantra of farmer organization, because I think it's very important to keep it in mind. So in policy making, it must be nothing about us without us. So it's really emphasizes the inclusivity and the bottom-up approach. Regarding the private sector, the barriers that were highlighted are for their involvement in agroecological practices are the different time frame, limited premium price premium, the labor intensity also of agroecological approaches, and the complexity and diversity, the scale also. It was mentioned also that the private sector work best with incentive, and there is a need to develop alternative to chemical input subsidies, for instance, because in many countries, the conventional agriculture is hugely subsidized, while there is not much for agroecology. So next slide. Oh, okay. Okay. Now from the session, so we had an introduction to present the approach of the policy dialogue in the ASET project, and this was defined as an experimental approach focusing on institutional mechanisms that show on-site success or learning policy stories to efficiently support agroecology and safe food system in connection with the ASEAN Lao facilitated LICA initiative. There was a very good example of on-site impact presented with the AFLI project implemented by ICRAF in Vietnam, which highlighted the policy support to develop and promote market-based agroforestry and forest rehabilitation in northern Western Vietnam. This led to 6 resolutions, 12 decisions, and 2 implementation plans. And also the LICA initiative, which is a regional initiative endorsed by ASEAN and facilitated by Lao PDR, was presented. So this is meant to establish policy dialogue on conservation agriculture and agroecology among the ASEAN member countries, with the final aim to propose ASEAN guideline for policy supporting agroecological transition. And maybe to refer to what was discussed yesterday, rather than guideline, what is really important when we talk about agroecology is more a set of principles. Additional key takeaway message regarding how we can build upon existing country policies to develop multi-sectoral, multi-tiered national and regional level intervention. So there was a good presentation on the CASIC, which has been presented also yesterday, but which highlighted this initiative from the Cambodian government that wants to achieve key country policies and strategies, especially those related to sustainable agriculture development, combating land degradation, biodiversity conservation, and climate change adaptation and mitigation. From Vietnam, we heard also how the UN Food System Summit dialogue conducted at national level led to the development of a comprehensive strategic national action plan, paving the way to sustainable and transparent food system. And finally, we also heard from the One Health approach, which it's a global approach embedding agroecology and safe food system policies, and highlighted the link between government agencies and private sector for healthy and environmental friendly agriculture transition. So now just to finish, I mean, and to open up on our conclusion, I mean, how we can move toward to maintain the innovative policy momentum, and to combine global approach and on-site experience to bridge the missing middle, which was also referred by Fergus and Claire yesterday. Okay. So first of all, it's important to boost network exchanges between on-site experience of policy support. Then to facilitate country exchanges on efficient policy frameworks. To collect, document, and share on-site experience and government framework within a common database. To promote, test, and implement regional initiatives building upon shared learning and analysis, in order to move towards the elaboration of this set of principles or regional guidelines on policy to support agroecology and safe food system. So thank you very much, and thanks again to all the contributors to our session. Over to you, Dr. Katinka.
Thank you so much, Pierre, and thank you to all of you. You know, I know you had to summarize really rich discussions that took place over the entire afternoon. And it's really difficult sometimes to crystallize the most important elements out of it. But all four sessions, leads of all four sessions, have done a fabulous job really in doing that. So what will the next steps be? We will obviously prepare a report and circulate that report and then share the results also with the ASEAN Secretariat. But I think more importantly, we will internally discuss within the ASET project team and see how the information and the messages that were shared by the participants, have implications for our project activities and how we can adjust as required the project itself. So that now brings me really to the last part of the meeting, and that is a very big thank you to all of you. A thank you to our very distinguished officials from governments in the region, which joined us today and also yesterday and shared their national and also their project experiences. And you heard throughout the four summaries how much of that was taken up. I would like to thank the speakers from our partner organizations, the external experts that enriched the discussions today. I would like to thank the session leads from ASET partner organizations. I would also like to thank our Insight Pact team for so skillfully navigating us throughout the sessions today and yesterday. Thank you so much also to the interpretation team, which contributed to making sure that the messages that were generated today were widely understood. Thanks a lot to colleagues from ESCAP. And last but not least, thank you really all for your active participation. I had joined in the afternoon today and also yesterday, and was really impressed by the very rich discussions and the many experiences that were shared. So thank you all so much for this. We shall be in touch shortly with the report, and do enjoy the remainder of your day and afternoon. Thank you again.